Thank you very much. With that, I will call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of March 16, 2023. We'll begin with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandino, Tataviam, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. With that, we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Ms. Michelle Hacking of Luther Burbank Middle School to come forward and lead us in the pledge tonight.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you to Ms. Hacking. Ms. Hacking was a teacher when I was a student at John Muir Middle School. Yeah. So we welcome and celebrate those who have given a lot of their careers. So just thank you so much, Ms. Hacking. With that, Ms. Quiterio, will you please take roll call at this time?
Member Tabbitt.
Present.
Member Ponser-Kamkar.
Present.
Clerk Agakanian.
Present.
Vice President Weisberg.
Present.
President Ferguson.
Present. We do have 5 members present, so that is a quorum, so we will have enough to proceed on the business of the meeting for this evening. We'll move to item 5, reporting on closed session. So on item 3B, the board did take action. The Board of Education met in closed session and voted to approve the notice of intent to terminate and the proposed statement of charges for employee number CL0018-23. The motion was made by myself, seconded by Dr. Weisberg, and the roll call vote was unanimous with Ferguson, Weisberg, Agakanian, Ponser-Kamkar, and Tabbitt all joining. That is the only item we have to report out on for closed session. We'll move to item 6, adjustments to the agenda. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda at this time? Seeing none, we'll move to item 7, items for future agendas. Seeing none, we'll move to board announcements and recognition. I will take our adjournment at the end, but any announcements from my colleagues or recognitions? I'm sorry, what? Yes. This is where we report out on site visits in a brief way. Yes.
Thank you.
Wait,
what?
Yeah, we start in our typical order. So, Ms. Tabbitt, why don't you start?
I will. I'm one of those that loves interacting with kids, and anytime I can go visit or talk or see them perform or watch them compete or check out what they're doing in their classrooms is nothing to me but fun. So I got to read to some wonderful 4th graders at McKinley who were delightful and inquisitive, and we almost didn't have time to read the book because we spent so much time just talking to each other. They were a lot of fun, so they sent me some thank you notes, and I just wanted to let them know that I read every single one of them, and I loved them, and I hope to be able to get back this school year to talk to them again. Also had a great time attending open house. I started at Burroughs and got so involved. Dr. Chambers and his staff did an amazing job of putting together so many options for parents and students to come check out. There was so much going on and so many things to view in classrooms that I missed out on the other high school. So anyway, great job, Burroughs. Thank you. I can't wait to come back there either. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Thank you. So I have recognitions. So thanks to Ms. Abasta and Ms. Sorensen for letting me tag along to McKinley. This was a couple weeks ago to observe Staggered Start Kinder as well as our Teacher of the Year's classroom, Ms. Fuentes. Was really great to be able to see that. I also attended Burroughs and Burbank Open House. I love that we're so welcoming to our incoming 9th graders and their families. I think that matters a big time. I also went to Emerson for their read-in last Friday. So I spent time with Miss Song's second grade classroom where I got a lot of good opinions and predictions about our new book and a new favorite book called The Sandwich Swap. So look it up. It's pretty good. And then the other piece to kind of report out on is this week I spent some time on legislative action as part of the California School Board Association Legislative Action Week. So spoke with Assemblymember Friedman and Senators Portantino and Menjivar, mostly talking about funding for our schools, with special attention paid to ensuring that our discretionary funds are not cut as they were planned to be in the January budget. So that's what I did on my summer vacation.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Agakanian is yielding his time so that we can move to Dr. Weisberg.
Thank you. Thank you. Hold on. Let me get my stuff. A big thank you to Diana Basta and Tracy Sorensen for shepherding me around on my day off from school. I got to go to Emerson, so thank you to Principal Young, Ms. Hanson, Ms. Carr, and Ms. Paps for welcoming us into their rooms. It was phenomenal. Thank you to Principal Elmer at Jefferson, Ms. Solomon, Ms. Uribe, Ms. Cranmer, and Mr. Doyle. It was awesome to spend some time in your classrooms, and I look forward to coming back soon. My school's spring break is not at the same time as Burbank, so I'm going to have lots of time. Thank you to ASB President Ever Huerta for giving us a wonderful tour when we were at Burroughs Open House. It was great. It was also wonderful to visit BHS, and also thanks to Ms. Enochian for reminding me of Luther's Open House so that we got to go and hang out there last night. It was a lot of fun. Additionally, a big thank you to Lori Blake from FSA for taking time to meet with me and Dr. Paramo about some really important issues. And a thank you to everybody who attended my office hours this past week. There were about 30 parents, and it was a really wonderful conversation with Board President Ferguson, and I look forward to future conversations.
Thank you. I do want to give a shout out to the teams at our comprehensive high schools who put on open house. All the teachers, all the classified staff who made those campuses look spectacular and ready for our parent community to come and join. It was phenomenal. Made it to both high schools, Burbank High School, both comprehensive high schools, went to Burbank High and went to Burroughs. Again, thank you to Mr. Huerta. I always love when student board members and take ownership and say, let me show you the very best things that I'm excited about. And that's always a great journey. So thank you for that. Also joined with Dr. Weisberg last night at Luther Burbank Middle School and we encountered a few issues along the way there and feedback, especially around thermostats. So we have some answers for that tonight. So thank you to those who gave that feedback so we could get quick answers for you done tonight. So thank you to all the members who welcomed us, to the facilities crews who made these campuses look phenomenal only a few short weeks after crazy storms. So thank you. With that, we do have a general statement that we want to start out tonight's meeting with. Last week, our educational community experienced a breach of security which has shaken the confidence of many in our school community. Site staff, district staff, the superintendent, and the Board of Education have been in daily conversation, and we will be receiving a report and public comment on the incident at tomorrow's special meeting of the Board of Education. Specifically, this is the incident at Burbank High School, which will be held on the third floor of the district headquarters, located at 1900 West Olive Avenue at 6 p.m. Dr. Weisberg and I, in collaboration with the superintendent, will be proposing a roadmap for next steps as we work to improve safety on our school sites for our educational community. We invite and welcome public participation and feedback. As we have been in these conversations, the issue of sexual harassment and assault have been elevated, and it's clear that people want systems of reporting and processing of those claims to be as informed and compassionate as possible. Beginning with the district, we will be bringing in a trauma-informed specialist to review our reporting systems and to provide our staff with additional tools to most compassionately support individuals through these moments. Additionally, Dr. Weisberg and I have felt that this is an important conversation to have with our city partners, and in coordination with the superintendent, have contacted the mayor and the vice mayor to call for the district and the city to come together for a summit on sexual harassment and assault, to review our sexual harassment and sexual assault reporting procedures, and to identify if there are opportunities to create more informed and compassionate systems and collaborations when processing these issues as government agencies of our community. The mayor and the vice mayor have welcomed the idea, and we will begin discussions about that summit on Monday. We want to thank all those who have come forward to ask for more support for those reporting traumatic occurrences, and we will always look for opportunities to do more, as our hearts are with all victims and survivors of sexual harassment and assault. There's a great deal of work ahead of us, and we welcome feedback and participation as we work to enhance the comprehensive safety needs of our district and our community. With that, thank you, and we will continue to the rest of our meeting. Tonight, we will be adjourning our Board of Education meeting on behalf of Jay Gudson, who was born in Burbank and was an integral part of the Burbank community. He was a student, teacher, coach, and administrator with the district, and Jay Gudson began working for the district in September of 1978 and retired in June of 2013 after 35 years of service to this community. We will be adjourning tonight's meeting in his memory, and looking at my colleagues, if you'd like to offer any more kind of personal observations. Seeing none, we'll continue and send a certificate recognizing this to the family. With that, we will move to reports to the board from our student representatives. We'll begin with Mr. Ever Huerta from John Burroughs High School, followed by Ms. Ter Petrosian.
Good evening, President Ferguson, Vice President Weisberg, school board members, Superintendent Hill, district staff, Burbank community, here and at home. I'm super excited to be back with you all to share all the exciting news that it went down and is going currently down at Burroughs. Last week, we had our Amazing Kindness Week, where it was amazing seeing all our student body participate and dress up and participate in all the lunchtime activities. High schoolers still like playing Foursquare, and you can definitely tell that. We had a very intense four-ball tournament this entire week, which was really fun to see and really brought back elementary school energy, and was so nice to see. As well, we had open house. Thank you to the entire board who was there, who I saw, especially President Ferguson, President Weisberg. If you were at Burroughs, and you probably saw me dragging them floor to floor, upstairs, downstairs, to show all the amazing classrooms. I definitely got my steps in for that night. I don't know about you guys. Today, this week as well, we have the great honor of collaborating with the Student Mental Health Board, where Burbank High School's ASB and John Burroughs High School's ASB has participated in a mental wellness week. Monday was physical wellness, dress up in workout gear. Tuesday, social media wellness, dress up as your favorite trend. Wednesday, emotional wellness, dress up as a character from Inside Out. Today, Thursday, educational wellness, dress up as your favorite teacher. ASB advisor, yeah. And Friday, tomorrow, environmental awareness, wear green. Just coincidentally, St. Patrick's Day as well. As well, I'm super excited to reveal to you all our prom theme this time for this year. Drum roll, please. Beauty and the Beast. Romantic? So yeah, Beauty and the Beast this year will be our prom theme. Ticket sales started this week, $85 with an ASB card and $90 without. Tomorrow, we are super excited to have our annual Spring Food Festival, where we will have various clubs and class officers selling food, such as Mini Conchas, Costco Pizza and Churros, Yogurtland, Krispy Kreme, and more delicious food. My mouth is already watering just thinking about this for tomorrow. I'm also super excited to announce our next pep rally's theme, which will be Met Gala. Yes, a little fancy, right? Each class will have their dress-up days. The seniors this year chose, what was it that we chose? Juniors chose camp. seniors chose House of Chanel, whatever that means. I will definitely be looking up, and I hope to invite you all to our next pep rally and hope to see you in your House of Chanel gear. Our Bears are also gearing up and cannot wait for spring break that is coming up next week. They are ready to have a little break for themselves for all the work that they have been doing, and especially to all the hard work that our teachers have been doing this semester. As well, in Senior New Year's, seniors this week could start sending in their acceptance letters to Ms. Cascalon to receive their pin for University of Acceptance, only one 4-year university that they could wear to graduation. We are also super excited for all our programs here at Burroughs to visit the middle schools. On April 5th, we will be visiting Luther, and on April 12th, we will be visiting Dolores Huerta. Blanked, wow. Our Link crew also today had our St. Patrick's scavenger hunt today at lunch, where they went around campus and found the hidden treasure, which was super excited seeing them going from campus to another side of campus, then going to the auditorium, having to do a catwalk to get their prize. It was just super fun seeing them participate. Later in this month, on the 31st, our Link crew will be holding MORP, which is prom but for freshmen. The theme for MORP will be PJ's theme. So they get to go comfy. There will be food trucks, snacks, and beverages provided. Moving into the world of sports, we want to say a huge congratulations to our boys volleyball team who beat Burbank on Tuesday in a tough, fought-well match. My blood pressure was definitely through the roof, so it was definitely an exciting match. And then we also wish them luck today as they go against Arcadia today, waiting on the news on that game. And then we also wish good luck to our amazing softball team who will play on the 18th in the Savannah tournament, and we wish them the best of luck. Thank you to President Ferguson today, who walked with our JV softball team to experience what they have to do every day to get to their field. So thank you again for taking that walk with them and seeing how much work it truly is day and day with their equipment gear. And then that is all for my report, but before I end, myself and all the Burroughs Bears would like to wish the amazing Burbank High School representative, Miss Sarah Trepertosian, a very happy belated birthday. Woo! Happy birthday, Sarah. Thank you for being an amazing school representative for Burbank High School, and it's truly an amazing honor to serve with you. Amazing. Moving into student concerns.
We're ready.
Woo!
There's the carrot, there's the stick. Yeah, there it is. Let's go.
Get ready, guys.
We're ready.
Same. As the statement stated from the beginning of the meeting, thank you to all the work that's been doing from district staff, the Board of Education, all our campus staff, our administrators who have been working after the horrible incident that occurred at Burbank High School. That I can't fathom the possibility of how that happened, but now that it has happened, I'm glad that there are steps that are being taken to make sure that something like this never happens. I think about Burroughs, especially at the campus at Burbank High, thinking how we can make sure that this is never a possibility to occur again, seeing, especially after hours at our school at Burroughs, I like to tell people I live at Burroughs because I'm always there after school, and just seeing at Burroughs, I don't know if it's just me, but I only see one campus supervisor touring and taking care of our campus. So I don't know if that's something that we can look into. As well, I know we do share the field with the city, which is for public use. But as well, I know our parish gate is open till nighttime. I remember it was open house. I was waiting for my ride, and I was sitting right in front of the entrance, and the campus supervisor came and just closed one side of the gate and left the other, and that just really was concerning, especially the day after that incident occurred, just seeing that. So maybe seeing what we can do at the Burroughs campus and make sure that isn't a possibility, just thinking of this horrible incident.
Thank you.
So that is all for my report. If any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So just quickly to respond, first of all, thank you.
I will also be at tomorrow's meeting, so don't worry.
Excellent. Good. So obviously, yeah, today is a regular meeting, and yes, we can give them a round of applause because I think that's. It has been, and I want you to be able to take back to the students you represent, it has been a busy week for our administrative teams. Dr. Hill and I have done personally together a site walk at Burbank High School that was most directly impacted. We've also talked about setting up individual site walks with all the board members to ensure that everybody can kind of understand the kind of long-term and short-term solutions we can deploy now to harden security. You are not the first one to say that there is concern as it relates to the joint use of facilities and how open our campuses are. We are, as we are prepping to go into our meeting on Monday with the mayor and the vice mayor, looking to address some of those because that's coming not just from our students, but from our administrators as well. So we are taking this absolutely seriously. We have always been talking, safety is an ongoing conversation, but we are literally going to be walking with you and walking through and hope that you will be a part of that process as we really look to harden our campus security in a way that doesn't create our schools into prisons, right? That's the other thing. Yeah. And so there's a lot to navigate here, but please know you're a partner in that, and we will continue to engage.
Thank you.
Okey-doke. Dr. Weisberg, you
said it.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to be able to answer that. Next, we have our belated birthday girl and board member. We have to ask, when was your birthday? Tuesday. Well, happy birthday. As a fellow Pisces, I have to appreciate this. So welcome to the season of the fish, folks.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Ferguson, Vice President Weisberg, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Hill, and the wonderful Burbank community. So starting off with ASB announcements, sadly, our car show hosted by the junior class that was set to happen on March 11th has been postponed. There isn't an official date yet. We're still looking, but I'll let you guys know as soon as there is one. Also, that same night, our juniors did have their annual skate night, which our 11th grade social science teachers take the honor of hosting every year. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them because they take care of it. It's a great fundraiser, and no complaints, they do it every year, and it always works out and is amazing and super fun. So Ever mentioned how it was Wellness Week. I'm just going to jump into today's date because what's in the past is in the past. So today's wellness-themed Spirit Day was Educational Wellness, where BHS students had the opportunity to dress as their favorite staff member, and obviously all of ASB dressed as Mr. Wells. So, and to end off Wellness Week, tomorrow's Spirit Day is Environmental Wellness, and students are advised to wear green. Also, our Powder Puff is still set to happen on April 19th at 5 p.m. on our football field. Also, our yearbooks for this school year have gone on pre-sale starting this week on our BHS web store for anybody who's interested. So on April 5th, this is exciting. During fourth period, our Burbank High School Armenian Club will be hosting an assembly to bring awareness and in remembrance of the Armenian genocide. And the assembly will contain different speakers and performances to express Armenian culture and allow students the opportunity to learn more about our beautiful culture. So I'm pretty sure there is Burbank students also participating, so it's going to be awesome to have our own students be a part of that. So the Armenian Club wanted to invite and encourage all the board members to come and enjoy with Burbank High. In terms of athletics, our football team is hosting tryouts starting with an informational meeting on March 28th at 6 p.m. in the classroom under the Burbank High School football field. There's going to be more information on that on our ASB Instagram for anybody who is interested. In terms of Unleashed, this is their first year having a full competition season, as I've mentioned last meeting, but I got the inside scoop from one of our Unleashed members on what's happening. So they've had about 6 competitions so far, and at each competition, they are judged by 3 judges competing in 5 different divisions: small lyrical, medium hip-hop, small jazz, medium pop, and large contemporary. The teams are scored in multiple categories, including execution, showmanship, choreography, and more. So I was told that the goal is to score 85 points or more to qualify for a chance to compete in the championship category at nationals. If scored under 85 points, teams will compete in the open category. So team tried to qualify for the championship division for years without success. However, Burbank High has 3 out of 5 in the championship division, which is extremely impressive for their first year being a competing team. So this weekend, they head out to the Anaheim Convention Center to compete at the national competition. And I heard that members have practiced for hours and hours every week since last semester, coming in at 7 a.m. and leaving school around 5:30 p.m. So they're practicing early and staying late. They have breaks, but they have to come back to campus to go through their whole show routine. I'm so proud of our Unleashed dance team, and I can't wait to see what they accomplish this upcoming weekend. So now, in terms of student concerns. So I'm not going to be at the meeting tomorrow, so I just decided I'll write it out today. So I have what Burbank High has been doing, and I have a lot of suggestions. There's a lot on that, so it's going to be a little bit long. Okay, so as many of you know, last week on March 6th, there was an intruder on campus. I know this topic is going to be heavily addressed at tomorrow's board meeting, but I would like to mention some steps Burbank High has taken to raise security, as well as some suggestions. So our school psychologists and therapists on campus are always available in our wellness center for any and all students. It's also mandatory for all students to check in with their school IDs in order to get onto campus each morning. After collaborating with many students and staff on campus to get their opinions and ideas, here's the list we came up with. So many students and staff have been sharing that they have questions about our SROs on campus and that they would like to bring them back for added security. We thought if an SRO isn't an option, maybe since the police station is so close to Burbank High, if we just had one police officer patrolling all day just outside the gates. So if anything were to happen, they're right there, right next to us. And there's no, they're right there. Also, the second building at BHS, where our Wolfson Auditorium is located, has 3 entrances. So those entrances, this is, okay, I'm exposing because students are supposed to know this, but those entrances are push bars, so they're always open from the inside. And it's, I know the fire department has said it's like a safety issue with the fires, but the problem is we don't have enough staff because it's a funding, I know it's a funding issue, so we don't have enough staff to physically watch those doors.
Right.
So any student can sneak out of those doors as well as prop them open with like an apple, and anybody can come in, and there's no way to monitor that. So I know I talked with staff, and maybe if there was one way to at least lock 1 out of those 3 doors, or 2, because the main entrance has its own 2 doors, it's a big area, just so we could have a little bit of added security. So yeah. Also, teachers, I've heard that teachers mentioned that they would be open to monitoring it if they were getting compensated. So they are willing to do it. I know it's a funding issue. Yeah.
Teachers do monitor it now.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're just not as an official assignment, but
Yeah.
Anyway, but go ahead.
Okay. I was also concerned as a student, as I know you guys have mentioned and ever mentioned, that Burbank High is open to the public for most of the day, including before school at 5 a.m. till after school, going all the way till 10 p.m. I was told that, again, there's a joint use of facilities with the city for Burbank High, which is completely understandable, but again, it's kind of hard to make sure that the campus is safe when it's open. I know I've gone into school at 7:20 right before zero period, and there's people going right down the stairs, and I didn't even mind it before last week, and I was like, oh, it's a little dangerous. So our thoughts were, if, obviously, again, I was told that the only way that we could make sure that nothing happens is if Burbank High was a completely closed off campus, which is not possible for us. So maybe a deal could be worked out for BHS's public hours to be changed so people aren't allowed in the morning, but it still goes from 3:35 p.m. to 10 p.m. And also after that, another idea that I think might be really beneficial is having a night patrol that could go to all the campuses to do a check before the school gets shut down. Theoretically, yes, there are other ways to sneak on the campus. Again, a great thing I was told is that Burbank High was not built for modern, like, concerns and issues, and that's true. It was built a long time ago. So I think that would be amazing. Night patrol, and it could go to every school. We can have one in the morning, one at night. It would help us feel a little safer. Okay. Oh, also, I am aware that Burbank High currently has a very old camera system, and the cameras, half of them don't work anyway. So a new system would be the ideal goal, and having somebody monitor that system all hours of the day just to look out for suspicious activity. I know this is a really big funding issue, but if there was one thing out of this whole list that we could apply, maybe that one, I think that would help students feel personally, I think it would help me feel the safest knowing that there's someone they're always monitoring and on call if something were to happen or they see something suspicious. Let's see. Okay. Also, this is, it's not really a Burbank High issue, but I have noticed that, like, the harmful media that's being posted. So I just wanted to go a little bit into that, like, as a student, it's very different to what outsiders see. So I know a lot of, being an ASB, I get a little emotional about Burbank High.
Take a breath.
So we work very closely with staff. So it's a very different opinion from being a regular student on campus, or, for example, a parent watching from home. So the harmful media posted online and people's outside opinions, very different to what actually happens inside of campus. So I just wanted to remind parents and people watching, people who don't even have kids, your cousins go to our school, that what you see on social media may not always be what's happening directly inside of campus, and that's why you have people like me and Everett to report, and the lovely school board member. So I just wanted to remind people that what you see on social media and specific articles and news and other stuff like that may not be correctly accurate. So just keep that in mind. So I hope these suggestions, not just for Burbank High, but for maybe all the schools, will come into work and help with our security issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. I also
So first off, it is not easy to represent a campus that has gone through something in the way that you have gone through. So first and foremost, I feel it, and you did a great job.
Thanks.
Okay, so you bet. Okay, so me too. Okay, me too. So here's a few good things. Okay, one, every single one of us wants to get this right. Every single one of us. Okay, here's the other thing that's good. I'm not going to get into the specifics about doors and things like that in a televised format. Having said that, I went to school there. I know what it was to come back from lunch late. I know what doors to use. I know it all. And in ways that really you have to be a student to know. Okay, Dr. Hill and I walked every square inch. Also, where the perpetrator moved. Okay, really thinking through every moment. So I want you to know the personal attention being paid, not just to, we're starting with Burbank High because that's the epicenter of this moment, but boroughs will be gone to Monterey, all of our school sites, okay? That's one. Second, we want to talk to everybody in this process because everybody can be a part of creating safer campus communities, everyone. So after spring break, I've spoken with the superintendent, and we will be sitting down with our administrators. We will be sitting down with our campus supervisors separately, and our custodians, all three groups which control access to the campus at any time. Okay, so the idea of, for instance, a nighttime patrol, we have existing systems in place. Having said that, I'm hearing both from the campus community. I spoke, by the way, I personally called the principal the day after so we could connect, Ms. Markison. Okay, I also connected with campus supervisors, called them directly myself to say thank you for all they did. Okay, so we are in contact. People have a ton of suggestions, and we want people to, one, breathe and decompress from this moment, because it's a lot. And let me just tell you, when I'm walking on that school site with Dr. Hill, and when I see students pulling back by seeing two adult men on campus, I know how much, I know how much, yeah, you want to pass the box? I know how much this has impacted the feeling of safety on that campus. And we are going to do everything we can. That is why we have a special meeting tomorrow to give direction to staff to say, in so many ways, move it. This is not a staff that's resistant to this. Where there have been disagreements in the past, we are in lockstep about addressing this in the best way possible. So we have broken out what we're doing into short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions. Things that can get done now with systems. We're already working with district site administrators to make changes now. We are also going to be doing medium-term solutions that may involve facility upgrades, things like that, that will control access to the campus in a different way. So again, just like with Mr. Huerta, I hope that you will continue to be a part of this conversation. I'm sorry that safety is going to be such a big part of your tenure here as a student board member. But it is something we live with. We see, the safety concerns that are evolving constantly in this nation right now when it comes to education. This is a whole new layer. So thank you for that. We are on it in every way that we can be, but you can really help us in ways that I'm not going to even know, even though I attended there, about concerns that we can address now. Okey-doke.
Of course.
Appreciate you, and happy birthday again.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. That concludes our reports from our student board members. I do want to take a moment to say, obviously there's heavier subject matter and difficult conversations that are being had in part at this board meeting. We do have representatives of the Family Service Agency, if you could raise your hand, who are here tonight, who you could potentially check in with if you are feeling, if you're in that moment and you need somebody to kind of help get you normalized and get you to a good place again. So thank you to the Family Service Agency of Burbank, who's been a continuous partner in this, thank God. Yes. And this is not a new program. This has been around for 20 years. It was quite literally part of how I got started. And thank God we've had this program in place as a backstop to support those who have been impacted, families, you name it. So thank you to them. With that, we will move to public comment. I'm going to move through these cards as quickly as possible. We are going to begin tonight's meeting. We have kind of reprioritized how we take cards. So usually we go on agenda item for students first so we can get our kiddos home. Then we move to agenda items, then non-agenda items. So with that, we're going to start with Riley and Haley Collins for their public comment, who are students with us. I also understand that there may or may not be another birthday girl within this audience. So,
Happy birthday, Haley. That sounded creepy, but happy birthday.
Come on up.
It sounds so weird. Sorry.
Way to go with the creep. We can solve a lot of problems. We can't solve that creepiness. Anyway.
Can I go first as a precursor to them?
Yes, as a group, yes.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Board President, school board members, Dr. Hill, district administrators, colleagues, families, students, and community members. My name is Chandra Collins, and I am a parent of 3 daughters. One is finishing up at Luther, one has started at Burroughs, and one graduated last year and has begun her college and student athletic career. My husband is a special education teacher at Providencia. I am a special education teacher in Burbank, and each day I have the privilege to teach one of the language-enriched autism classes at Washington Elementary School. I have been teaching students with autism at Washington for almost 15 years now, and 10 at the Help Group before that. I am also a BTA member and have been involved with our school's PTA since our daughters were in kindergarten. I am here with my family this evening to support Resolution 19, recognizing April as Autism Acceptance Month in the entire school district. In 2018, we came to make this request and have been back each year since because it is dear to my heart and because our daughters have grown up and become family friends with some of my past students. According to the CDC, Autism Spectrum Disorder, or ASD, is a developmental disorder that is characterized by differences in the brain. People with autism often have challenges with social skills, communication, and repetitive or restricted behaviors or interests. In 2000, the CDC reported that the number of diagnosed cases in our country was 1 in 150 children. The number continues to rise, and currently 1 in 44 children are diagnosed with autism. I do not know the current number of students in our school district who have autism, but I guarantee it is much higher than even the number of students with that eligibility on their IEPs. There are students with autism in general education classes, even our family friend who is in the engineering academy at Burroughs. There are students who go to RSP and only get some academic support, and there are students who are in special education classes, even specialized autism classes like my own at Washington, at Hart, at the preschool, and at the middle and high schools. Before coming to make this request to the school board 5 years ago, my colleagues and I at Washington tried to educate all of the students and staff about autism. I went into classrooms, explained what it was, that it was not contagious, what they may see or students say or do, and some reasons why, and encouraged them to ask questions. But more importantly, I explained that they have an opportunity to learn about differences and to be kind. I also explained that once they understand autism a bit better, then they will be able to teach others about it, whether they're at school, in middle school, at a sporting event, at a store, at a restaurant, and so on. They have the opportunity to be ambassadors of compassion in their families and in their community. And hopefully they will be more willing to befriend these students and stand up for them if they see others teasing or bullying them. April used to be referred to as Autism Awareness Month, but a few years ago it changed to Autism Acceptance Month. This seems much more fitting. Instead of just marking a month and hearing about autism, people are encouraged to learn about it, the people who have it, the people who love and care for them, and to accept them just as they are. At Washington, the students have the opportunity to decorate symbols of autism, which I then hang in the hallways. The main symbol used to be a puzzle piece, but now a rainbow infinity symbol or a butterfly are used to represent autism. The rainbow color is more indicative of the spectrum of neurodiversity. Rainbows are both unique and beautiful. People with autism spectrum disorder are as different as all of us here in this room. They do not look, act, or like the same things, but they do have the same emotions and desires to be loved and accepted. Each day, I walk into my classroom feeling lucky to get to work with my students. I feel pride and an overwhelming sense of joy when they learn something new and want to show their parents, when they begin a conversation with a peer, when they console each other, when they crack a joke, and most importantly, when other students say hi and invite them to play. My daughters went to school with my students at Washington. They saw them every day, had classes with them, played with them, supported them, and stood up for them when they had to. They became friends with some of them and did things outside of school. 2 of my students from my first autism class at Washington just graduated from Burroughs with our eldest daughter last year. Their compassion for all differences has blossomed because of this. By acknowledging April as Autism Acceptance Month, you help to shine a light on all of the students in Burbank with autism. You also show that you respect the professionals who work with them daily, many of whom I stand with tonight. But most importantly, you demonstrate that BUSD supports the parents and families who balance the beauty of their children's bright rainbow spirits with their stormy struggles. Lastly, you show that we can all learn from and appreciate each other. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Riley and I'm a freshman at Burroughs. I went to Washington and also to Luther with many of my mom's students with autism. Even though they were in special classes, they often participated in activities like PE, art, and assemblies. I learned about people with autism and how their brain processes sensory information differently. But I also saw that they were more alike than me than different. I learned that they have the same feelings, but they often have trouble expressing themselves. When this happens, I learned to be more patient and to do my best to help. I learned that they want people to care about them and they want to have friends like all of us. They are kind, funny, and smart. In middle school and high school, I've tried to teach some of my friends about autism, hoping that they will be more compassionate and thoughtful. Thank you for recognizing Autism Acceptance Month and by doing so, encouraging everyone in the community to have an open mind and to be accepting of differences.
Good evening. My name is Haley and I am in 8th grade at Luther Middle School. I have also grown up and gone to school with many of my mom's students and other kids with autism. I often played with them on the playground, tried to teach them how to do things, and encouraged my other friends to be kind and supportive of them. I liked being around them because they accepted me for who I am like I accepted them. They knew that I cared about them and that they trusted me. I knew that these friendships made me a better person. My friends and I have also become friends with some of my mom's past students. We have played with them at the park, gone swimming with them, been to the beach, gone to restaurants, had ice cream, been to amusement parks, and even gone to the Day of the Dead at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery. Middle school hasn't been easy the whole time. Kids tease other people and make fun of them if they are different. But I try to remember what I have learned from my friends with autism. Instead of judging others, we should try our best to just accept we are all different in endless ways. Thank you for recognizing my friends with autism, their families, and showing through your actions that learning about accepting differences is a valuable life skill.
And I do want to recognize that this family has come forward, I think, between 4 and 5 years in a row. 5, there we go, to make sure that this is recognized. So thanks for doing that and for advocating for that portion of our community. With that, we'll go to our next speaker, Britta Maslick, followed by Dawn Barnes. Good evening.
Good evening, President Ferguson, board members, Superintendent Matt Hill, and district staff. My name is Britta Maslick. I've been with the district for 35 years, a minute or two. 11 years as a teacher and 24 years as a counselor, and I still get really nervous, so I don't know why. I love what I do because I believe that investing in our youth is one of the most important responsibilities one could fulfill. And I believe you all share that vision because that's why you serve in this role. I want to speak on agenda item 13G, the approval of job description for Director of Secondary Education and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I'm asking that the board hold off on creating this position. And you're probably going, what is she talking about and why? So here goes. I would like to ask that this position not be filled until all of our campus security positions have been filled at all of our school sites. I would also ask that the position not be flown until all of our sites have filled all of their assistant principals' position with permanent positions. While this new director position is super important, and yes, we need that guidance, that oversight, nothing is more important than having people on our campus. Nothing. If you have a director that directs, but no one to direct to, we can't do the job that you want us to do. Yes. So, okay. So I would like to request that district staff and the board first look at and begin to enumerate, to list, to find out, and share with the public some of the possible reasons why it's so hard to fill our campus security positions. Why is it so hard to fill and keep good assistant principals in our district? Why are our principals leaving the education and other districts? And I have my opinions because I've been here 35 years and I see all the problems with everything. And so, come take me to lunch and I'll tell you everything. But that's not why I want to say. I just want us to really look at, be honest. What are we spending money on? What is just for a political, because we need to do what's politically correct? And what is really making a difference? What is making a difference? Talk to the people at Burbank High, at Burroughs. Talk to Serene. Ask her, in your 4 years, what has made a difference, right? Talk to the kids on the fringe. What has made the difference? The kids that are texting me that are going to some of our alternative schools, because I've known them as a counselor and I knew them in middle school, and they're saying, Miss Maslick, how can I talk to the school about all the stuff that's going on, and how can I share my personal experience and have others learn from that? Those are the things, right, that the director of equity and inclusion will eventually be able to coordinate, but not right now. That's not where we should spend our money. We should spend our money in other places. Okay. So would love to just find out, create a committee, find out what are the reasons, and then report back to us. That'd be great. Campus safety provided by our campus security staff, as well as adequate support for students, teachers, and campus staff provided by our administrators, right? And here I am, BTA, but I love my administrators. They do great work. It's not adversarial. It is, we collaborate. We have a great team at Burbank High right now, but we're also losing people. So, again, and so as one who has been here 35 years, I have a little bit of the institutional knowledge. And every year, we're teaching the new kids on the block what to do and where to go and how kids can get into campus and who to look out for and how do we monitor the bathrooms and all that stuff. And we need some continuity at our school sites. And I know we're going to talk about it later, but I think I know, or we all know, how we can retain staff. Okay, so. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm over. Okay, well, 7 seconds. Here we go. 6. I hope that you take these comments into consideration and as you're asked to approve the job description for this director position today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Don Barnes, followed by our next speaker is Don Barnes and company, followed by Chris Bickelman.
Could be my entourage.
I'm all about entourages.
Good evening, Burbank board members and BUSD district officials. I'm Dawn Heron Barnes, faculty chair at Luther Burbank Middle School, and I'm here on behalf of our Luther staff and community. My colleagues and I stand in solidarity with BTA and for our Luther community. In August of 2022, we presented to the board and highlighted the issues we face with enrollment, loss of programs, and teacher positions. Tonight, we would like to update you on those inequities and remind the board that there is still much to be done. In response to our outreach to the district, our staff scheduled monthly meetings with Dr. Hill and Dr. Paramo. We met in September and October. However, November was canceled due to principal interviews. We asked it to be rescheduled, but it was not. In December, we were informed that the meeting would not take place, but we requested that meeting to continue, and we did meet to discuss the presentation that Dr. Paramo presented to the board earlier this year. During these meetings, the staff and district discussed enrollment policies, inequities shown to LBMS students and staff, possible solutions, and the effect of the years of declining enrollment has had on our staff, our programs, and our students. During the October meeting, Dr. Hill guaranteed us that the visual arts program and teacher would be reinstated in the 2023-24 school year. In our last meeting with Dr. Hill and Dr. Paramo in December, we were told that one-time funding money would be used to secure an assistant principal, an art teacher, and a PE teacher for Luther for the next school year. We were assured that Luther would not lose another program. We thank the district for the time dedicated to this important matter. To help stabilize our enrollment, Washington Elementary will now be a dedicated Luther feeder school. We look forward to the Washington Patriots joining our Yellow Jacket Nation.
Amen.
Yet, even with those changes, the projected 23-24 school enrollment is similar to what we have right now. We ask, what are the future plans to help protect LBMS community from further cuts or future cuts of teachers or programs? As a community, we are very disappointed about how Prop 28 funds are being used for our site. We have been informed that the visual art teacher's salary will come from our budgeted funds for 28. We have questions. After the salary for the art teacher is taken from these special funds, what will our community be left with? How are these funds being accounted for? Is the money going to be taken out of the entire allotment for the 23-24 school year or spread over 3 years? Most importantly, why does the art teacher salary need to be taken from the Prop 28 money instead of the district funds? The reestablishment of the LBMS Visual Arts Program was assured to our community by Dr. Hill before 28 was passed. So why must we use these funds now? Prop 28 requires 80% to go towards staffing and coaching, but we are the only middle school without an art teacher. The other middle schools currently have art teachers funded by the district, so they can request a waiver, which allows them to spend more money on their programs. We will be left with very little or no money to enhance our programs for our students. This is not equitable. Our students deserve the same funding opportunities that the other BUSD middle schools have. We encourage the district to find a better way. We would like to thank Peggy Hill. Sorry, that's my sister, Peggy Flynn. Sorry, Peggy. For working with our schools to look for outside funding, but we should not be in the situation of looking for outside funding when Prop 28 funds are available. We were informed that the funding of the visual arts teacher will only be for 1 year. What is the district's plan to continue to provide this program to LBMS students? It has been confirmed that by the district that Luther will be receiving the PE and visual arts teacher that has been promised during our district collaboration. Every day, we receive emails about job openings throughout our district. We have yet to see anything in writing that an art position or a PE position is available at Luther. When will these positions be flown? Our LBMS community appreciates the ability to present our concerns in an open forum like we are doing tonight. We cannot lose any more of our dedicated teachers, nor lose any of our programs. We encourage the district to continue to work with our staff and community to address these inequities facing our Yellow Jacket Nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you and your entourage. To Mr. Bickelman, followed by Erica Eldridge.
Good evening, everyone. Many of you on this dais know me. I've been teaching now for 38 years, all in the area of special education, both at the elementary level, the middle school level, and now the high school level. Spent 1 year in Syracuse, 9 in Michigan, and the last 28 proudly at Burbank High. Before I start my comments, my thoughts go out to Serena and Ever for all they've had to endure at their campuses and be representatives to our school community and the school board. So thank you for your service. As I was saying, I've been toiling for this district now for 28 years, all of them in special education. Either at the elementary level, the middle school level, and currently at the high school level. When I first came to Burbank and took a job in Burbank, my kids were young, came from Michigan, and took a $8,500 salary cut from what I was being paid in Michigan to replant myself here in Burbank and to start a new career. And my wife kept saying, hang on, it'll change. It'll change. This is a great community. And so my kids went through Stevenson, Jordan Middle School, which is now Dolores Huerta Middle School, and Burroughs in that order, very successfully, and are great adults to this day. The public perception at the time was that Burbank Unified was one of those school districts that is a pearl among other school districts and in the Southland in general, and had a reputation of having a great community feel and took care of their employees in order to allow them to live in the community in which they taught. I feel sad today to tell you that only 2 of those things remain true. I feel sad today because in a time of record allotment from the state budget devoted to education, our district continues to cry poverty, saving for a rainy day fund that is in excess of what is necessary, as if these funds will not somehow be renewed annually. So I feel sad today. I feel sad today because our school district is failing us at a time of record inflation nationwide. And although the tide has turned somewhat, of late, this district has turned a blind eye to the cost of living for an average employee in our school district. So people, I feel sad today because while our district talks about retaining talented individuals in our profession, it continues to communicate, well, you can leave if you want to, right? In occasion after occasion, when I was able to talk to folks why they were leaving our school district in the previous 2 years, two things have come up in conversation after conversation: proximity to where people were living and pay. Burbank has become nothing more than a stepping stone for talented educators like the ones behind me. If our district is serious about stopping this exodus and retaining top talent, it needs to put its money where its mouth is. In closing, I'd like to say once again how sad I feel today. Because educators like myself and the others behind me who have to come up here and beg and grovel, right? Just to have adequate compensation allotted to us. My time in Burbank is nearing its end. And so I'm standing up here today not for myself, but for the talented educators that are going to be coming behind me in the years to come. My hope is that they will continue to try to find a way to impact Burbank USD in a positive way and work for the school district that truly values their expertise and compensates them accordingly. This in turn will lead to greater stability in the district that I have served now for 20 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So definitely welcome the energy, appreciate all of it. I do want to get people through, and so let's make sure. We saw Mr. Bickelman ran out of time, and if he had in those moments those cheers, he could have finished. And I don't want to rush people. I want to hear you. So, okay. You get to cheer. I'm just saying, let's be mindful of the time as we work our way through all these cards. Really? I understand, but I appreciate the excitement. So with that, we'll move to Erica Eldridge, followed by Christina Considine. Hi there. Welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you. Good evening, BUSD board members, district personnel, Superintendent Hill. I'm here tonight on behalf of my dedicated general education teachers, SPED teachers, and support staff. In attendance virtually tonight are teachers who couldn't be here: Amy Walker, Barbara Diddy, Denise King, Talar Topalian, Kate Bailey, Alicia Woolerton, Linda Lorenz, and Lindsay Clayton. A month ago, I sat listening to each of you praise the work teachers do, telling us how much you are working behind the scenes to change policy and empathizing with my colleagues over decreases in pay and how we have to beg for scraps. You ensured us that we are valued as professionals and made it appear as though you were really listening. And then at the March 3rd board meeting, 3 board members approved another 5% raise for the administrators in the district office in the value of $8,845 each. One of these district employees has only been working for BUSD for 6 months. To be told one thing and then do another at the next board meeting is a huge blow to teacher morale. Your actions have made it abundantly clear as to who and what you truly value. You want the people who are the backbone of this district to beg for what we rightfully have earned and deserve. The employees who are in the trenches every single day, undoing the damage of the pandemic, socializing future generations of children, and jumping through ridiculous hoops set forth by the state legislation, have to beg for what we're worth. And then the board tries to negotiate us down because we don't get as much funding or we have to save for a rainy day. Does that sound like true appreciation and gratitude? we have been reminded through our DEI professional development that equity is not the same as equality. A 5% raise for teachers making $55,000 is not the same as a 5% raise for employees making six-figure salaries. And for classified staff, 5% is even less. Our district can't attract and retain classified employees, and when that happens, everyone on campus feels the fallout. Teachers and administrators have to work harder or make do with less, and our students are directly impacted by this day in and day out. When a district succeeds, just like when a company succeeds, everyone should feel the positive effects of accomplishment. This is the true definition of equity and excellence. Until we see real systemic change, Burbank is not living up to its own standards of excellence. Please seriously consider putting your students and teachers first. Protect their learning and working conditions for the years to come. This is the actual investment in your future. Your actions speak louder than words. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Considine, followed by Karen Lombardo. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, school board members. Good evening, district staff. Welcome, everyone from Burbank. My name is Christina Considine. I am currently a teacher at Luther Burbank Middle School. This is my second year teaching there. I teach algebra, geometry, and math 8. I love my students. They're great. I did teach way back in 2007, 3.5 years at Burbank High as well. There I taught AP Physics, and Algebra 2. So I have my math and my physics down. So I'm here as a teacher. I'm also here as a parent. I have 3 children who attend Burbank schools, and my husband also works for the Burbank Unified School District. So I'm here from him as well. He's on kid duty. I wanted to start by saying I love my job. It's one of the hardest things I do, but after last night with open house, I'm going to share your emotion here. I loved open house, and we didn't get to have it last year. And it was so wonderful to hear from my parents and my students of the reflection of our hard work. The students and parents saying, I enjoy coming to math. I love learning this. And as a math teacher, you don't hear that a lot. So just the joy that the time and the effort that we put in away from our families is worth it. Yes. But we also do want to feel that from the school district that we work for. So first off, I want to talk a little bit about just Luther and specifically. Ms. Barnes-Dawn spoke a lot about our concerns at Luther. And I just want to back up everything she was saying. You know, we're concerned about when are we getting that art teacher? When are we getting that PE teacher? Anytime schedules have to get moved around, that affects that, right? The low enrollment. I am the only algebra teacher, the only geometry teacher. There's 2 of us that teach math 8. If there's an issue, how do we move the schedule around, right? With the low class sizes, multiple preps, those, it's just too hard. Sorry, let me look at my notes real quick, see what else. I know that when Dr. Hill and John Perano came to our meeting, they were talking about ways to try to increase enrollment and suggestions we were offering them. And I'm so happy that Washington, my homeschool, will be coming to Luther. But another suggestion we were talking about was the district transfers. So I know they kept telling us it's a one-to-one transfer, it's a one-to-one transfer. But why does John Muir, who is so much larger and having their own issues because of large enrollment, why do they need to take one of our students because one of theirs wants to come to us? I feel like there should be a number, you guys can decide that, of free transfers. You want to leave John Muir and go to Huerta or Luther? Go. We both need the students, right? And they need 100 or 200 less more, right? And that would help us and that would help them. So looking into something like that. I know transfers from out of the district, a lot of times it's encouraged that they go to the lower enrollment schools. But why can't we just put our foot down and say, you really want to come to Burbank? Yes, Burbank is amazing. Luther is amazing. Huerta is amazing. Go there. So definitely, we want to know that we are still a priority, that you are looking at our enrollment, because that's coming up. I know they're making master schedules, they're starting. And then not just that I'm a Luther teacher, I'm also a BTA member. So everything we've been saying about, inflation. I have 3 children, right? Feeding my kids, running my household, putting gas in my minivan, right? It's expensive. And again, both my husband and I are educators, so we feel this. And I feel my mommy friends who are going back to the workforce, and they have the same education as I do, and they work just as hard as I do, and they're making double the salary. And that looks attractive, right? I love my students, but I also have to think about me and my future and my family. And I want to stay and do what I'm passionate about and share my love for math with my kids, but I also want to make sure I'm doing the right thing for my family. So please keep us. Please think about us. The state is giving you 11% and more. We want our COLA. We want our money. We shouldn't have to beg for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karen Lombardo, followed by Zach Doyle. Welcome.
Hello, everyone, and everyone online. My name is Karen Lombardo, as you just heard, and I teach at Bret Harte Elementary School. I've been teaching for 33 years, 23 of those in kindergarten. I live in Burbank. I have pretty much all my whole life, and my children and I were lucky enough to attend Burbank schools. So we love this area. I want to start with your proposal to offer 1 aide per site to help us when we transition to having the same hours as TK. You speak of equity. We've heard that term a lot in these meetings right now. I mean, we want all of us to have the same times, but you're not willing to give us all kindergarten teachers, their own 5-hour aide, like TK has. Yeah. We cannot do it without that. I mean, of course we can, but it's not acceptable nor equitable. TK is state mandated, and kindergarten is not even a required grade at this time. Sorry if people didn't know that, but yet we're being expected to comply with state mandates by keeping our time the same. There's no guarantee as kindergarten teachers that any of our students coming in have been to preschool or TK, which makes it even more important for us to have a full-time aide. And many parents, we're lucky enough to have parent volunteers a lot at our school. They often ask us, how do you do this without an aide? You don't have an aide? Are you serious? So that's something I've heard all 23 years and more every time we have people come in. And we say, nope, I know you have heard the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Yet you want us to fix our excellent program without giving us the tools in which to accomplish this at each diverse site. And we can't make all of our schools equitable no matter what. For that matter, there are some schools that don't have a kindergarten play yard. We don't have enclosed cafeterias. There's so many different things that aren't equitable no matter what. So there's always that to keep in mind. Sorry ahead of time if I offend anyone, but another point is that I see parents all over Facebook, I never respond, but on other sites asking which school they should send their new kindergartner to. And I think the response needs to be to your home school, unless, of course, there are extenuating circumstances. Parents should not be allowed to handpick the school their child goes to. All of our schools are excellent. Giving in to parent requests can set a dangerous and inequitable precedent. If the concern is having to deal with different schedules, well, that's part of parenting. As a parent myself, I've been taking my children to t-ball and choir and soccer and karate and all those things. That's always different. So every parent is going to be faced with that throughout their child's career, school career. I agree it can be difficult, but again, that is part of parenting. Adding more time to our daily schedule actually puts the precedent of quantity over quality. And if you come to our schools, you will see how academic kindergarten actually is. I am teaching my students what I used to teach in first grade years ago. Adding longer minutes to our day will also likely force the 9 out of 11 of our elementary schools to drop divided opening, which is definitely not the best practice in education. We have standards we have to teach, which TK does not, and we need an aide to help us do this, especially with our small groups that we were doing in our own RTI for divided opening. It's crucial. We need the support for our diverse students for their foundational skills. We're first ones there, besides TK, of course, but we're the first ones. Also, do you remember junior kindergarten? When asked, all of our TK and K teachers said, no, we should not do that. But we're not listened to, and now it is no longer offered. It seems like you're trying to do what is best for our students, when in reality, it often really boils down to what makes the most money for the district. Having ADA money and all of those kinds of things, and it's not always the best practice. And speaking of money, we are asking for a fair raise and medical coverage, especially for our newer teachers, to be able to stay in this district. But we lose so many teachers to higher paying districts. It's, again, sad. So many of my parents who volunteer are amazed that we don't have aides already, as I stated, and I'm sure that they would agree we deserve our raise and more. So please show us that you do, too.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zach Doyle, followed by Bridget Heifel.
It's much tinier this time. Hello, President Ferguson and district board members, Superintendent Matt Hill, and wonderful Burbank community. Get used to seeing me, by the way. We teach opinions in first grade, and I have many. I did want to start out by saying I'm going to be the love guy tonight. I hear a lot of battling back and forth, but I just wanted to start first and foremost by thanking Dr. Weisberg, Diana Basta, and Tracy Sorensen for coming to visit our school site this week. I think it speaks worlds to see both sides of our Burbank coin fighting for the same side. Now, I probably burned about 1,000 calories in anxiety just knowing that all of these people would be coming to my classroom, but I think that the brief 15-minute period of time is what us teachers really want from some of our district leaders. We want people that have seen the trenches and not the trenches that they hear about in history books. There are new trenches every single day. I would love to offer my classroom as a space for that to start. Members of the board, come hang out. I'd love to start a discourse that aims at congregation between our district and not segregation between two of our strongest powers. We're all BUSD and we all want the best. Let's stop the battle and bicker. We all know teachers deserve more, but what can we do together? Let's do it, whatever it is. Yes, better pay is amazing, but we can't forget happiness and contentedness in this crazy profession. Come see the craziness that ensues from a room full of 6-year-olds. Witness the amount of times I have to put my own needs on hold for the betterment of my kiddos. Mr. Doyle, I'm trash, and I'm always going to be trash. Mr. Doyle, I don't have a mom. What do I make my Mother's Day gift for? Mr. Doyle, no tengo amigos. Puedo ayudar. Truly realize in actuality why I leave my class each day drenched in more sweat than a workout could ever provide. Every day. Blood, sweat, and tears should be added to our contract prerequisites. Dr. Weisberg, thank you again for showing up and showing your support, even with a class of your own. You have my thumbs. You've seen the trenches, even if it was briefly in mine. You experienced in the daily. Other members of the board that I haven't had the pleasure of spending time with, I encourage you, come hang out with us. Let us all remember that you and your actions and what they mean for us. We've heard it for years, but action speaks so much louder than what's said in this room. Let's start a discourse that includes us all. Let's be friendly. Let's smile at each other. Come hang out in room 15. Come meet the kiddos you're making choices for. A union and district need not battle if we're all on the same side. Let's join and look up to the next tier. If you can't grant us our well-deserved double-digit raise, then who can? If you can't help, fine. Sometimes things are out of our hands, but then help us get to the people that can. Be there with us. Let's fight together to ensure that BUSD lights up on the map, not one that fades with the wind. And of course, let's continue with love. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next Our next speaker is Bridget Heifel, followed by Jennifer Flores. Good evening.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Bridget Heifel, fifth grade teacher at Walt Disney Elementary School. I've been with this district for 28 years, most of them as a fifth grade teacher at Walt Disney Elementary School. I want to start off by saying I'm wearing a button that's about 18 years old. It says, "Thanks for the praise. It's time for a raise." Not much here changes in Burbank. However, programs grow, but our pay doesn't. For years, I've been hearing about the disgrace of Walmart because they use public monies to subsidize their poor pay that they give to their employees. And imagine my shock is what I thought as a middle-class professional when a colleague of mine who'd been in the district for many years left Burbank because she couldn't afford to have her child on the district health care program. I myself spend $6,000 a year to put my husband on the district health care program. Last year's raise doesn't even pay for that. In Burbank, our health care cap is about $12,000 compared to neighboring Glendale with $34,000. So we are getting a pittance for our health care here in Burbank. Every year people leave. I have colleagues in the audience, ex-colleagues in the audience tonight because they left in search of higher wages and better benefits. I have colleagues who would be here tonight, but they can't afford to be here tonight because they're working a second job. These are not new recruits. These are mid-year or mid-career teachers who can't afford their North Hollywood apartment, so they have to take on a second job because they teach in this district. In these 28 years that I've been with the district, I've found that Burbank pays consistently below market wages. I did a little research. I found out that I could teach in Yucaipa, I could teach at Orange Unified, and I could teach in Downey, all three of which, at my pay rate, I could make $18,000 more. So the 9% that we're asking for doesn't even cut that. I'm still below market. Wages are low in this district, but reserves in restricted and unrestricted account are well above the 6% that Burbank requires. So while the reserves go up, my paycheck goes down because every year, well, for many years, we got no raise at all. Last year we got 5% and my health insurance premiums are far bigger than that. So my paycheck continues to go down. So I'm asking for the full raise that we're asking for. We're asking for 9%. We're asking for 4% off schedule because we know there's reserves in restricted and unrestricted accounts. And while the district continues to augment programs, continues to augment employees in the district office, we're saying it's time that you pay a fair salary for educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Flores, who I've gathered signatures with, and followed by Amy Fuhr.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jennifer Flores, and I'm a teacher at Edison. I've been with the Burbank Unified School District for 6 years. I've been a teacher for 29. While my third grade position keeps me busy, I also wear numerous hats at my school. I'm a mentor teacher for a student teacher this year. I'm a DEI coordinator, help the student council on campus, plan and navigate PD for my school, served as grade level leader, served for the social studies adoption team. My life is busy, and truthfully, many times it becomes overwhelming. I'm sure as everybody else. In addition to these items, at a minimum while at school, I serve my community as a volunteer for Guide Dogs of America, serve on the board as a treasurer, and I also serve on an HOA board as the president. I pride myself on staying organized and giving my personal best to all I do. Through all of these areas of service, I can empathize and understand your tough decisions and everything they make on your daily basis when it comes to protecting the future of the Burbank Unified School District, in addition to the jobs that you all have. With that being said, though, I also understand the need to listen to my audience and the decisions I make truly affect the lives of people I serve. Whether it's raising a puppy for a veteran who's suffering from PTSD who drops on the ground when hearing a loud noise, to helping a child who needs my math lesson taught to them in a different way so they can actually gain confidence, to hearing a community member presenting an idea on making improvements on the property we own. It is my job to keep an open heart and mind at all times and to listen to the needs of my people I serve, just as I believe it is your need. I often find myself stopping to ask what's changed the most in my life and why I seem to be exhausted all the time. I can't honestly find only one answer to that, but I ponder and I think the numerous factors to feeling this way. Some I can change and others I can't, as they are out of my control. What I do think about often is my job. Teaching is my thing. And teaching is what I do well, and I'm blessed to surround myself with the people in my niche every day. But why is it that my one favorite thing to do in my life feels exhausting? The answer is layered. The role of being a teacher has changed quite dramatically these past years. While the state tells us we are professionals, it seems interesting that a professional has to appear before a board and beg for and plead for a raise. Even more mind-boggling is that the state has allocated funds for this raise and the board is diminishing the amount substantially. While my daughters are both professionals and both graduated from college in 4 years with degrees and are now making more money than I am after being out of school for only 3 years, they both work for government-funded sectors. They get an automatic raise, cost of living, in addition to some sort of performance raise set by the company. They never have to beg for a raise. Right. And not to mention, their medical costs increase automatically each year. They actually laugh at me when I tell them how much I pay for medical. I consider this to be how professionals are treated. As a professional, I juggle so many hats during the day. I service students of so many broad ability levels. I diagnose students by planning, selecting, and using methods I feel is best for my students. I constantly evaluate my teaching and procedures to make sure that my students are provided with the highest level of education I can provide. It's a constant juggle, and that process is exhausting and becomes overwhelming when you throw in a meeting with your grade level, PD after school, email parents for questions, and you have a Post-it note that has 5 to 7 more items to take on before I even leave work. This list often includes custodial duties now. I am exhausted. An example of just a minimal thing that happens this year was a few years ago we would finish parent conferences, we're good, it's a week, done. This year, I don't know what it is, but I set my conference schedule 3 weeks before, 4 weeks before. The process is so different because people don't listen and they don't communicate. So that portion that should have taken 15 minutes of my life, I had to send out letters, I had to send out notifications, I had to resend it in emails, papers, classrooms, apps, all to just get conferences, and then people afterwards were telling me I didn't even get a message from you. That is just one minimal thing that happens in our day. And now I'm running out of time, but I can go on here. This board can make a decision and they can show their appreciation to the teachers. And you serve a community that prides themselves on living in Burbank, but you don't pride yourselves on taking care of your teachers. Yeah. And I honestly feel if you look at the data, Pomona 8%, Downey 10%, Castaic, they're declining enrollment just like we are. They just got 9% plus a 4% retro check, and they got an additional $1,500 for their medical. Please make your actions speak louder than your words. You tell us all the time, I come to meetings all the time, and you tell us, like, we appreciate you, you're valued, but when you give us a 5% raise, that does not show us that we're valued.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Fuhr, followed by Nicole Drabecki. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board, community, colleagues, and students. My name is Amy Fuhr, and I am in my 9th year of teaching at Dolores Huerta Middle School. As a teacher in 2023, my job is more difficult than ever. I'm expected to provide social emotional support to my students while teaching them standards-based content in a truly differentiated classroom where I meet the needs of each student and make sure my content is culturally responsive and rigorous. I signed up in 2011 to become a teacher, to impart content knowledge to my students in a way that was engaging and meaningful. What I am is a couples counselor, a crisis counselor, a mom, a food pantry, a soft spot to land, an example of a functional adult, most of the time, and an educator. I wasn't trained to handle all of the other things that have been added to my plate. A digital slideshow and a piece of paper with quote-unquote suicide red flags is not enough to equip me for what the reality is. In fact, I could never be properly equipped because that is not who I am, and that is not the path I chose in life. This week alone, I have reported 4 students for self-harm or suicide risk, a weight that I cannot bear on my own. On top of all that, my colleagues and I spend countless hours prepping special activities on campus so that students can have unique learning experiences such as Pi Day, Greek Day, Renaissance Day, or World History Day. None of this is paid for, so when we ask for that 10% raise, we truly deserve it. Comparable districts have already given their teachers raises this year. Chaffee gave 10%, Mountain View gave 10%, Pomona gave 8% on, 2% off. Azusa gave 11.5%. Downey gave 10%. Almonte gave 10%. And the list goes on and on. Many districts also cover health care much better than Burbank. For example, Glendale has a cap of $34,000 while ours is $12,000. I have colleagues who have taken pay cuts year after year because they have to pay for their family's health care. How can you say we are trying to be a competitive district when that is how you treat your employees? If you truly want to compete in the world of education and retain the best and the brightest teachers, counselors, nurses, and speech and language pathologists, then you must agree with BTA when we return to the table for negotiations on March 28th. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole Drebecki, followed by Ann Duet.
Good evening, President Ferguson, members of the board, Dr. Hill, the district and staff. My name is Nicole Drebecki. I have been teaching PE in Burbank for 16 years, and I am a Burbank homeowner. I am speaking for myself tonight. 2 weeks ago, I brought up how much money I am paying for my PPO health insurance. My health insurance increased by $297 in 2003. I am now paying $1,157 for me and my partner. I want you to know who is not giving approval for the healthcare cap to be raised. If you want to know what a healthcare raise can do, it would help my family a lot. But what I'm concerned about is what my insurance will be in 5 years. Would it be possible that it continues to go up $297 each year? Would I be paying $2,345 per month in 5 years? And who can afford that? It would not leave me enough money to pay my mortgage, let alone feed myself and my family. Now let's talk about that 5% raise that you offered our negotiations team last week. Your offer is absolutely insulting. Sitting in a room with your loyal employees, these California distinguished schools and high APR scores are why the parents bring their families to Burbank. You received an 11.3% COLA. You have 6% reserves year to year. You have lots of money in your books and supplies funds. When you think about a 5% raise, that it's a good deal, it really isn't. Inflation is up 14% over 2 years. And you want to retain teachers? If you say you gave us 5% last year and 5% this year, that's 10%, which is really a 4% cut. I am tired of the BUSD financial person telling us the Chicken Little story. The sky is not falling. What is your plan for teacher retention? Not raising the healthcare cap and a 5% raise is not a plan. You are losing quality teachers each year. If Glendale Unified has a $34,000 healthcare cap and Burbank's is $2,000, where is the empathy? Do you not know our members are struggling? Please agree to BTA's proposals on March 28th. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Doulette, followed by Ryan Baker.
Hello, board members, Dr. Hill, and my fellow educators. My name is Ann Oldette.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
I look like a D.
My bad,
I
my
get
blunder.
Hewlett a lot of times, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway.
I had to call me Omelette one time, so that's okay.
Didn't do that. So, thank you.
I'm a kindergarten teacher at Bret Harte Elementary. I've been teaching for 29 years, and at Bret Harte for 26. I have taught first, second, third, and now kindergarten, and I love it. It was the one grade I wanted to teach ever since I was a little girl. But I'm tired. I'm exhausted. And it's not because we took our kindergartners to Kid Space today, although that is very exhausting. I'm tired of waiting for support from our district, who says that they value us as teachers. I'm tired from all the hours of work I put in each day, what all these teachers behind me put in each day, sometimes evenings and on weekends, to provide a quality education for Burbank students. I'd like to now address the change of kindergarten hours. When California began implementing TK classrooms, they began here at Burbank with a longer day than kindergarten. We knew this was going to be a problem, and it has been, because parents were wondering, why are TKs going longer than kindergarten? And we said, well, kindergarten is a more impactful day. We teach a lot more during the day than TK. And then TK teachers said, we need aides, and they gave them a couple hour aides. And then the teacher said, we need full-time aides. And you said, okay, here's some full-time aides, which has helped those TK teachers tremendously. Now you want kindergarten to go the same as TK. And many of us have been teaching kindergarten with divided opening and with occasional help from parents. But if we have to have the same hours as TK, then we demand an aide for each kindergarten classroom. Students today are coming to school with a variety of learning abilities and attention issues. And as kindergarten teachers, we have relied on our divided opening times to have smaller groups and work one-on-one with those that need the attention a full class does not allow. At recess, we have one yard supervisor, so we need to help at recess time. We need aides to help at recess so we can have our full 20-minute break. We teach from 8:30 to 1 p.m., which is a 10-minute break. And sometimes that's time is spent setting up for the next lesson after recess. Have you ever worked 5 hours straight with a 10-minute break? No. I bet you haven't. With little 5-year-olds, it's exhausting and I'm tired. Many times parents have said to me, I don't know how you do this every day. And sometimes I say, I don't know how I do it every day either. While working with some students, another parent said to me, you really do need help in here. And it's not that I need help that I can't teach my 22 to 24 students. I've been doing that for 26 years here in Burbank. I even taught 31 first graders one time when you guys put 31 kids in our class. But if kindergarten is going to go full day, we need and deserve to have aides to support these small groups and instruction and recess and lunch supervision. Now about wages. I am yet just about 5 years away from retirement. Raise your hand if you're close to retirement. There's quite a few of us out there, and many that are not even here at this meeting. Look how many you're going to need to replace. Will you get as many dedicated teachers like these, like those of us, like me, who have worked here for 15 to 25 years? Or will you get teachers that get experience and then move on to higher paying districts? Think about the future of your schools. Do you want the best to stay? Then pay us now. Honor us, show us, respect us, and pay us for what we, the teachers and classified staff, are truly worth. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ryan Baker, who's already at the mic, followed by Sylvia Solares.
Hello, board members and union members. My name is Ryan Baker. I have worked in the district for 6 years as a certificated educator in the Child Development Department. I wish I could say that I was coming to you on a more positive note, but I'm a bit frustrated, and I know the members behind me and those who are unable to attend tonight's meeting share that frustration. A month ago to the day, I stood before you sharing my story and the story of many of my colleagues, begging and pleading with you not to miss the moment of working with us as it relates to the issue of pay in our district. I recall sharing with you that I know that this district has the potential to be the best, and the best in the state, and it starts with the care of our educators. I recall being looked right in my face and told that it is shameful to have to come to the table to beg for scraps. Yet here I am again, coming to a table, begging for scraps once again, and it feels like Groundhog's Day. I honestly believed, and it was clearly naive of me, that we had gotten through to all of you this time. I was thrilled to see that the union members came to you with a number that at the very least gets the ball rolling in terms of fixing the systemic issue of low pay within the district. Imagine my shock and surprise when I learned that once again, you're offering scraps and telling us that it's gold. I can only speak for my paycheck and my bank account, and though 10.5% would not get me or many of my colleagues anywhere close to the pay we deserve, it's a huge step in the right direction. The fact that you came back with 5% exasperated me in so many ways. We have been down this road before. The literal definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. We've done this before. I smiled and nodded and played the good boy as I was offered 5% increase. That barely made an impact, especially to those in my department who already make the lowest of the low salaries. To paint this picture for you so it becomes a reality, that 5% means maybe $100 more extra a month. And after taxes and every other money-hungry goblin in my life takes it and spits it back out to me, that's maybe $30 or $40. What am I supposed to do with that? It's funny, yesterday I did an activity with my students, my first and second graders, about the value of $1, perfect timing. I showed them a dollar amount and afterwards gave them 3 options of items they could buy with that amount. When we got to $1,000, I showed them groceries, gas, and an apartment. Many of us are likely to spend $1,000 a month on groceries and gas with how ridiculous inflation is. When I asked if they could afford an apartment for $1,000, many of them said no. That's amazing, right? A group of 6-year-olds understands how expensive the world has become, and it begs the question if all of you understand as well. Do you understand that there are many districts surrounding us that offered their teachers more than 5% you offered, and they offered off-salary schedule bonuses as well? Yeah. This problem is only going to get worse. I submit to you, is there a number of educators you are satisfied to see leave the district or worse, the profession as a whole? Which of these educators behind me, and myself included, is expendable to you? I imagine you all believe in the philosophy children first. Not helping your educators in need does not put children first. I do not want to see any of my colleagues run from this profession at full speed anymore. I don't want to see them leave for other districts. The end of the school year is bittersweet enough without hearing that people you have worked so closely with and built this community with are throwing in the towel, moving on to other things, not because of carpe diem, but because they are feeling disrespected by the low pay and the lack of urgency in this matter. I will close with this, and I feel it's important. I had a friend a few years ago that helped me realize the difference between sympathy and empathy. I urge you to be more empathetic. Please do not sit here and tell me to my face and these members as well that you care about us, but you're not showing it. It's like I stated the last time, show me, don't tell me. Telling me is sympathy. I'm sorry for your situation. Showing me is empathy. We understand and we will do everything in our power to make the best possible situation for all of us. Don't miss this moment. 10.5% is not a hard ask. It's actually a kindness. 5% is a disrespect. And in the end, it will have repercussions. Show your teachers you care. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sylvia Solares, followed by Jerry Earwood. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Solares. I'm here to support my former coworkers. I worked for Burbank Unified School District for 6 years as a second grade dual immersion teacher. I sadly had to leave this district last year because I felt like I was being disrespected with the low salary I was getting paid. It was really hard to leave this district because I love the community, the school, and my colleagues that I work with. My daughter also had to leave this district as well. But as a single parent, I had no choice but to leave this district in order to provide for my family. I left to another district where I had a $20,000 increase to start with, based on a salary scale they had at that time.
Okay, hold on one second. Please hold the time. Ms. Shipstead, I have known you for decades. This is not the way to get attention in this moment. Please hold off so I can hear. Thank you. Go ahead.
Since then, we have received a 10% increase this month and a 15% one-time retro check. That's a total of over $30,000 increase to my pay this year. In addition to this, I was paying close to $700 a month for my daughter's health insurance here in Burbank, and now I'm paying $0 for her insurance. I am here to support these teachers because I've seen firsthand how hard they work and how deserving they are of a salary and benefits that allows them to support their families without having to lose sleep, over how to make ends meet and consider taking their talents elsewhere. Thank you for your support.
Jerry Earwood, followed by Tony Ordukanyan.
Greetings. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to give a shout out to my colleagues at Providencia who are here online: Alicia Woolerton, Stephen Rivera, Barbie Butters, Amy Walker, Kate Bailey, Lindsay Clayton, Denise King. Also a shout out to all of my Prov colleagues here with us tonight, and to another shout out to all of my brothers and sisters, BTA. Thank you.
Amen.
So I'm here tonight to urge you to think about two things. The first thing is your legacy. We've heard, and I've heard, I've been teaching here for 20 years, how much you appreciate us. If you really appreciate us, think of your legacy. Offer us the 9%. Give us the 4% off. Let's agree, put it in the contract. The second other thing I want to urge you about is the healthcare cap. If you really care about the health and wellness of the people behind me, raise the cap. Let's get an agreement. Let's put it in the contract. The other thing that's been a theme that I've heard and seen through my 20 years here is this district loses a lot of teachers. So if you really want your legacy to be about retaining and recruiting the best, you're going to have to make a competitive salary schedule across the board, every education level, every year of service. Let's come to agreement. Let's put it in the contract. Now, 20 years ago, when I accepted a position here, I met my colleagues at a in-service before school. And they said, "Hey, Jerry, what district you come from? Why'd you choose Burbank?" I said, "Oh, well, I came from a district where after 13 years, I saw the superintendent, the board fighting over money with the teachers, playing politics, hiding money here, hiding money there. So I wanted to leave that. I came to Burbank because I wanted something different." Oh my God, you should have heard my colleagues laugh. I thought the lady next to me was going to spit her coffee out on me. I thought I was going to have to do the Heimlich maneuver on the one lady choking on her bagel. She said, "Jerry, you've just jumped out of the fire into the frying pan." I really didn't know what she meant until about 5 years into my time here. I was laid off not once, but twice. And why was that? The district, even then, had more money in their reserves than they needed to. But that same rainy day scenario was used to lay me off. I had to sign a paper in the principal's office. It was hand-delivered. But then, both times, quietly after school started, I was rehired. Nothing had changed except one thing. I had moved up almost 100 spots on the seniority list because all of my colleagues who had less time on the salary scale, they left. They were gone. The second thing I want you to help me with is to not talk about the Dodgers. And let me explain that. When I'm meeting new people out and about, they find out I'm a teacher. They say, oh, where do you work? And I say, I work in Burbank. And they're like, oh, you're a teacher? What about all this woke? What about all this new stuff? I'm like, you know what? Burbank is getting it done. The teachers are lifting these. We were doing the work in the classroom. The district is providing us programs with equity, diversity, equality. We teach wellness and mindfulness in our classrooms. 20 years ago, I had to make my own curriculum up for Black History Month. 20 years ago, Women's History Month, Hispanic Heritage, I had to make it up. And now we don't. We've made a lot of progress in these 20 years. But what is your legacy going to be, board members? I really want you to think about that. When I meet these new people, I tell them all, they go, oh, wow, that's amazing. I said, yeah, there's even groups of parents who've made it so that we do art education, music, dance, drama. It's amazing. And then they go, well, what about the compensation in Burbank? And then I go, how about them Dodgers? Please think of your legacy. Think of making the district what it can be. We're making so much progress. But agree to the 9% on and the 4% off. Let's get that agreement. Let's get it in the contract. Raise the healthcare cap. It's really, really low. Let's get an agreement like that. Let's put it in the contract. And lastly, let's recruit and retain the best teachers in the country to make Burbank really the best district in the country. Why not? But to do that, you're going to have to make a competitive salary schedule. Let's get that agreement. Let's get it in the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Ordukanyan, followed by Aram Arakelian. Good evening.
Good evening, Burbank Unified Board members. My name is Tony Ordukanyan, and I'm a proud former student of the Burbank Unified School District. And before I begin, I just want to recognize the profound service of Burbank's educators, especially the impact that they've had on me personally. So big round of applause to all of you. I am currently a student at Pasadena City College, and I'm studying political science. I serve as the president of the PCC Armenian Students Association. I'm a board member of the Burbank Armenian Association, and as well as being chair of the ANCA Western Region Youth Committee. Thank you. Firstly, I welcome the introduction of Resolution 22. In support of the inclusion of the Middle Eastern and North African Arayshorntu MENA category on the United States Census questionnaire. After reading its text, I'm delighted by the board's attention to the Armenian American community, not only across the nation, but also within the city of Burbank. In regards to the resolution's first operative clause, I kindly propose the following amendment to be added in its reading. Now therefore be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District supports the inclusion of Middle Eastern and North African Shorentu MENA category and an Armenian subcategory on the United States Census questionnaire. As the MENA category would include various ethnic groups in their respective subcategories, it is therefore vital that Armenian residents are represented too. It goes without mentioning that Armenian residents are foundational to the local development of cities within Los Angeles County, especially as BUSD's Armenian student body will soon carry on that responsibility. By including the Armenian subcategory to the first operative clause, the BUSD affirms its support for the Armenian American community and voices solidarity with an ethnic group that deserves greater representation on the 2030 census questionnaire. Furthermore, this subcategory will provide a more accurate reflection of Armenian residents in the city of Burbank, LA County, and its demographics across this nation. Ultimately, this nation has served as a launchpad for Armenian Americans to vision their dreams and propel toward greater heights. So, I thank you for your support of the MENA category and I truly look forward to your consideration of my proposed amendment. Thank you.
Next up is Aram Arakelian, followed by Amalia Hernandez.
Hello, everyone. You know, I haven't been here in a couple months, but I have been watching at home on TV. And I even came last meeting to try to say something, but I noticed there was a big group of people like this, you know, out here asking you guys, begging you guys. One was a very nice Spanish teacher that you guys fired. Another one was coaches asking you for more money for transportation. Another one was softball students saying they needed more supplies. And then at the end of that meeting, you guys went off and just voted against everything they said, hired some new positions, making 6 figures for no reason, and also gave people making 6 figures. Again, I don't know the exact details, but I can obviously see that you guys are making the wrong decisions. So I'm here again. Thank you. So I'm here again to speak about something that is a little bit more controversial, and it's more about general ideas. These people here have the very good understanding of the details, and I agree with pretty much most everything they said. But I'm here to speak out against something a little bit more concerning, and it's the practices of this board and this superintendent that have been implemented throughout your school district. When I enrolled my child in this district, a small little 5-year-old girl, I never would have imagined that she would be forced to share bathrooms, locker rooms, and other intimate settings with those of the opposite sex. This use of force is not only immoral, but also very dangerous, as I have explained in past and shown examples of such dangers. And you've seen maybe not a direct example of what I'm talking about recently, but again, when boys are just walking into girls' bathrooms, that's a problem. It is not the lack of boundaries between the genders, but also the lack of boundaries between the educators and the students that is extremely worrisome. I'm not saying you have bad teachers, but it is not right for a teacher to get into the details of their personal relationships and possible sexual practices with students. In fact, it should be if it's not already illegal. I did a quick search of my area and found to my shock that there was hundreds of sex offenders within a few miles of where I live. Is this something that you have even considered, or are you too naive to account for the evil that exists in every man's heart, to which many do not have the discipline to tame, especially with laws against this type of evil being rolled back in our state capitol by the likes of perverts like Scott Wiener? In past meetings, I have seen members of this board tout about your great leadership skills, completely forgetting the fact that your leadership is worthless without accountability. Are any of you even focused on your accountability? Or are you just focused on your own careers? Have you even bothered to honestly evaluate the results of these policies and the policies with your teachers? How about the suicide rates for children with gender dysphoria? Have you even looked into that? Have you even bothered to look into the policies or are you just helping make things worse just to gain political points and move up in your own careers? I doubt it. Many of you have even children in this school district, so you don't even feel the repercussions of what the decisions you are making. Are you willing to risk the happiness and joy that comes with getting married to the opposite sex and having a family to cherish and protect? Know this, you will not escape the accountability that awaits you. And I'm not just talking about the re-election that you 3 are facing next year. You will have to answer and pay for these penalties and your actions and your failure to act morally in this school district and in your leadership positions and in life. For the moral law is woven into the fabric of reality as we know it, and no one escapes it without repentance of mind and conscience. Fortunately, God has provided a way to avoid this penalty and led by His Spirit by putting your faith in Jesus Christ. As long as you have breath in your lungs, His hand is reaching out to grab a hold and be saved from the judgment that awaits you. The entire world is like a sinking ship, and to those who reject the Messiah, reject the lifeboat, and will go down with the ship. He does not want to see any of you perish, for He loves you all like children. More than you can even understand. But you have to make this conscious decision to take his hand and turn from your evil ways that you are currently leading our children down and the world that leads to destruction. Instead, I implore you to lead your spirit in your consciousness, read his word, and become men and women you are destined to be in Christ Jesus. I look forward to seeing your responses from home.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amalia Hernandez, followed by Nuria Lundberg. Excuse me, Dr. Hernandez. There we go. Got it this time.
Put it on there for you this time.
Well, little there. I got it. Thank you. Well played. Appreciate it.
So good evening, everyone. As you know, my name is Amalia Hernandez. My pronouns are she, her. I've been a speech pathologist at Hart Elementary, yay Hart, for the past 3 years. And I am so grateful to the Collins for their support of autism acceptance, because my LEAP kiddos are spectacular. And everyone should take the time to see how amazing they are and not just their disabilities. But I'm here tonight specifically to talk about Article 31. So you may have noticed I walked in late to the board meeting. It's because I teach at CSUN. So I leave work and I go to CSUN to teach graduate students in the program of communication disorders. I train future speech-language pathologists. Every semester I take student interns, and none have come to Burbank to work because they can't afford it as new SLPs just starting in their careers. But on a happier note, I thank you on behalf of my high school special education colleagues for agreeing to an extra period for case management. It is so significantly needed. For parity for our elementary colleagues, we need to take a closer look at class size, caseloads, and after-school IEP meetings. As a speech-language pathologist, at an elementary school specifically, I consistently have 3 to 5 IEPs that start at 3 and end at 4:30 every week. This is the equivalent of a 6th day of work for free. It is unacceptable to have a mandatory part of our job, attending IEP meetings, after our contract hours without compensation. The district needs to support our elementary special education teachers and speech-language pathologists by either providing substitutes to hold IEP meetings during the school day, definitely the cheaper option, or by compensating IEP team members for their participation in IEP meetings beyond our contract hours. I've heard administrators say, but it's impossible to have IEP meetings during the day. It is not. And I'd be happy to help y'all develop an IEP calendar and schedule to maintain compliant IEPs and happy staff. I've said this many times to you, and I'll say it again. There are creative and functional ways to work smarter to support our special education teachers and SLPs and really show how valued we are. Not just paying us lip service from the dais. We need time to do our job well. We need adequate compensation so we can continue to work with the students and families we love. I urge you to reconsider and accept BTA's proposals regarding caseloads and IEP meetings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nuria Lundberg, followed by Diana Abasta, and that's the last card I have at this time. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the board, district staff, our lovely student representatives, and the community. I come here, Superintendent Hill, I'm sorry. I come here to talk about the agenda item 11A, and I think it's 12B. It's in regards to the board elections trustee areas. First of all, I want to say thank you to Mr. Chalkins for making such enlightening meetings for us, the community. And by the way, I come on behalf as a resident and as a parent, okay? We have to divide. So we understand how all this division is, and it's a new form of how we're going to elect you. But after giving it a lot of thought, I thought it's important that after you pick the maps that you decide, or the map, I think it's important that you educate the community. I think we need a process because it was hard to understand how the mechanism is going to be. And I think it's going to be very important that we know how are the representatives going to work if it's going to be we direct ourselves to one member or the member that represents. What's going to happen, the areas, which I kind of saw some of the maps. There are some areas that don't have a representative. So what's going to happen in those aspects is, I think it's very important, so there's not misunderstandings, that you clarify exactly how you're going to represent the areas and teach, because the elections is very important. And now I'm just making sure I don't forget. What happens, for example, on zones that are represented by 2 board members? That's another thing I thought. So a solution would be, in my opinion, to host a forum, maybe, after you guys decide and see how it's going to work. Because it's important to, I don't want to use the word educate, but that's the one that comes up, our community. And also the mechanism we're going to address the board, because I heard Mrs. Sponsor at one of the forums we had that said that even if we were going to be divided, but we were going to elect different members, the board was going to represent everybody as a whole. But I do have a concern for the populations because of how the populations are concentrated. Geographically, I think it's very important that you guys could take into big consideration the in ethnicity. That's very, you know where I'm coming from, Dr. Weisberg. And also, well, evidently, the languages, no? Because that's kind of what Mr. Chalkins presented. And along with that, I make reference to the meeting you had, which I thought was very interesting, the meeting on February 18th. I think it's important to also tell us where we can find the information from that meeting. You said many valuable things, which I think all the community should know. Also, the committees that you pick, is it going to be only for the year, or is it going to be for your term? That's a question I have. Actually, these are questions. Also, I think it's important, just like we hold other district officials accountable, I think it's very important as a board to be equal and have balance. It's very important that you clarify in writing what are your goals, because in that meeting it was just a discussion, so we need to have clarification of what those goals and see how they're aligned also with what is expected of the BUSD, especially the administrative. And it's important to know the priorities as a board member, and I find this key now that you're going to be all divided into zones. So it's important to know what your priorities are and how long you're going to take to accomplish them is very important, because if everybody is held accountable in this district, then we should also know what are the steps you're taking or how you're making progress and in how long you're going to show that progress. I think that would be more inviting. Very respectfully, I bring it up. And lastly, I think it would be important, and this Mrs. Soderberg brought it up in one of the emails, if you can please put on the calendar the meetings of when the committees are going to meet and the times.
Okay.
So thank you for
Noted.
listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is, and last speaker at this time is Diana Abasta. We'll continue to accept cards until Ms. Abasta has concluded her remarks. Good evening.
Good evening, President Ferguson, members of the board, Superintendent Hill, members of the district and community. My name is Diana Abasta, and I'm an English teacher, 42 years, educator at Burbank High School, and I'm also the Burbank Teachers Association president. Tonight, you have heard my colleagues speak once again about the value they bring to the district. We have lost many educators in Burbank since last year, and not all of them to retirement. As a matter of fact, you heard one speak today, went to other districts that offer affordable health care and competitive salaries. I know that you have been working on establishing more effective, efficient, and safe structures, but this has been something we've been advocating for at this mic for some time.
We need adequate numbers of campus supervisors and yard duty supervisors at our schools to help keep our students and staff safe. Students need to be in class, and when they're out at the secondary level, they must have their IDs and a teacher pass. Oftentimes, you don't know who is a student. We need resources to address the behavioral disruptions occurring in our middle schools. Vaping in the bathrooms in secondary has become a crisis. We need a stronger response when it comes to this and, sadly, other drug use. Students and their parents need help with this. There needs to be a greater awareness of what their students are doing in school. There needs to be a setting where middle school students can work in a smaller setting and get the services they need. Teachers must be supported when it comes to their progressive discipline plans that includes class suspension. Parent involvement and education when it comes to the home learning environment and discipline should be offered. We cannot support a healthy work environment if we are not being given affordable health benefits and a competitive salary. You will not be able to recruit people to come work in our district if you continue to undercut our salaries. In the past 2 years, BUSD has received 16% in new ongoing funds for the cost of COLA, but so far the district is only offering employees a 10% raise over 2 years. Inflation in Burbank has risen by 14%, so even with the 10% raise, we're still receiving a 4% cut. It's either pay your employees who you say you value, or you're going to continue to pay for more subs, pay for agency people. I know you are going to continue to mention the structural deficit that has been here for as long as I can remember and declining enrollment. But if you think about it, if your budget calculations and assumptions have been correct in every third year, if they hadn't been, we would have been shut down by now. We haven't, and we won't. Even at the second interim, there were $2 million more in revenues. Today, you are releasing fund balances that had been committed, even though there was no intent to spend that money in those areas, so that it would show that you didn't have more than a 10% reserve. So that's about $7,900,000. I think it's Resolution 21 that you're going to be passing today so that you can release that money, and you'll still have a 6% reserve. Last of all, I want to make a clarification regarding the districts we named who had settled. It was mentioned that these districts may have received concentration funds. Just for the sake of clarification, concentration funds go to districts in which more than 55% threshold, the districts receive funding equal to 50% of the base grant, and it's true, we don't qualify for these extra funds. However, out of those 21 districts that were named, only 6 of them have concentration funds. Arcadia just recently settled at 9%. They do not have concentration funds. When the district has received the most ongoing money, if not now, then when? The time is now. Let us work together to make that happen on March 28 when we return to the table. We will sign at 9. We do not want to see what happened in Glendale. We do not want to see what the frustration that you're hearing tonight. And I know a lot of people have left, but I think that when I have been up here telling you it's coming. And I think you saw today what was true. So I hope that you will look at that budget, educate yourself so that you understand really and truly you have that 6% reserve. You have never received this amount of ongoing funds. And sometimes you have to look at what is your number one program. Your number one program are teachers, counselors, nurses, and speech and language pathologists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, any other speakers? Seeing none, we will close public comment and go to staff for staff responses. Thank you all for attending tonight. We will respond after staff comments, so just a heads up, but feel free to go home. Watch it afterwards. Have a good night. Thank you for teaching and all the work today. And thank you. Dr. Hill, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, President Ferguson, and thank you to all the speakers. And I know it is a school night, and it's the night before the last day of spring break, so a lot of teachers are leaving. So, but I know this is recorded, and they will watch it, and the message was loud and clear. It is they want to focus on action, and we are fully committed to doing that at the bargaining table. I do hope people will watch the budget presentation and email us, reach out to your bargaining team to ask questions about the budget. It is critical for us to all make sure that we understand the budget and talk through our priorities. And also, if there's questions about why are we spending money here and there, some of the comments were about rainy day fund and the ending fund balance. We're going to be covering that in the second interim. And I want to make sure that we're very clear about what is our financial situation, what are those assumptions we're using, so that we are being transparent. I don't want us to be disputing the budget. I want us to talk about, okay, how do we take the budget we have and prioritize that at the bargaining table? So hopefully people will watch that and continue to talk through it. And I know it's challenging to come here and have to advocate for that. We feel the same thing when we have to advocate in Sacramento. There are some disagreements of what's the COLA that we've received. We'll make sure that's covered in budget presentations. What is our ending balance? What is the rainy day fund? So these concerns and frustrations, I want to make sure that we get to the factual aspect of it, and then we can continue to bargain and work together. I really appreciate the comments of, let's make sure that we are on the same page talking through it and understand where we are and what are the compromises we can make and continue. But you have staff's commitment to continue to work through the negotiation process. I think they had to leave. Oh, sure. Ms. Collins, I see that some of your family had to leave, but I want to thank the entire Collins family, Riley, Haley, Chandra, and Brian. It's been 8 years I've been in the district, and I've seen you in other settings as your family has grown, but 5 years on this topic specifically, and the advocacy and just hearing the stories and how it continues to grow really warms my heart each year to hear that. Ms. Maslick, you're coming on the job descriptions that will be discussed earlier, so but appreciate your comments and feedback on that. We want to make sure we're filling all of our positions. You mentioned AP and campus security; those are flying right now, and we're actively recruiting for those. I know some are still here on the Luther team. Want to make sure it was clear when we talked about restoring the arts teacher. Initially, I thought it would be one-time funding because we knew that, and that's something I made a commitment to. With Prop 28, the reason we're using that is because it's not one-time, it's ongoing funding. And we have an opportunity only one time to put positions on that ongoing funding. Otherwise, it would be called supplanting. They won't let us do it. It's also why we can't do it at the other schools because they already have positions. So we want to make sure you have that dedicated ongoing funding for that position. As enrollment goes up, you get general fund dollars that usually we would give up that position for. Now, what gives us is the flexibility. You can do more with that. And as you mentioned, enrollment's looking to be flat this year on the arts, so we're looking at other ways. So we are applying for an advancement grant that we've gotten every year. We've dedicated some funding for Luther, so Luther can have some more of that discretionary arts dedicated funding. And we're looking at other opportunities to do that. But the reason we're doing this is because it is a one-time unique opportunity to have ongoing funding for your arts teacher. The PE teacher, we've made the commitment, as you mentioned, we're going to continue to do that. And as far as inter-district permits, that's another area where we are holding back. We are telling families for intras, you can go to Huerta and you can go to Luther now. But if you're leaving those two schools, we're not approving those right now. There's a state law process we have to do. We can't do inters until after we do intras, so we're holding that. So all the inters, we're saying you can go to Huerta and Luther, but you can't go to Muir at this time. So we are doing what we've discussed in our meetings. But I know this. If I didn't answer all the questions or I missed one, please reach out and we'll follow up on that discussion. For Mr. Ardukanian, there is an amendment in the lobby on the resolution, and it's specific about adding the Armenian subcategory subcategories. So I apologize that wasn't in the original document, but we have made that amendment. So thank you for your advocacy of coming down here. And then Ms. Lungenberg, we're going to have a presentation on the CVRA. I think your questions are exactly what we want to hear during these forums as well as the other forums. We want to make sure it's clear and we have discussion as we analyze this and come up with a plan. And the committee structure, that's a process where we're transitioning. The board is moving the committee structure, so we want to do that within 60 days, so more information will be coming on that topic as well. But again, I want to thank all of our teachers, nurses, counselors, speech language pathologists for coming down. We are making progress at the bargaining table, and definitely are hearing and listening to your feedback, and we're going to continue to work through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Going to my colleagues for board responses, beginning with Ms. Tabbitt.
Thank you to all the speakers who came down. I really want to thank the BTA negotiating team and the district negotiating team who, what I'm hearing, are really trying to work together to come to a resolution that is the best that we can possibly do for everybody. And I think that's a big step forward in getting away from that us versus them idea. I don't, that always bothers me. I don't like hearing that because we're all in this together. We can't do our jobs. The admin team can't do their jobs without teachers in place. Parents don't get the needs of their students met without, teachers in place and admin in place. So working together is very, very crucial. And I'm really, really thankful for both of those groups when they come together, that they are doing their best to figure out solutions to getting the most or the best choice. I don't know what, it's not always the most, but it might be the best choice at that moment, back to our employees. So thank you for your patience, and let's, send them strength and good wishes to getting this job done timely and to the best, to meet everybody's needs the best way we can. This is always hard, so I apologize if it doesn't. It's just a hard night. It's hard to hear your thoughts and where you're at and not be able just to, okay, here you go. Everything you want, it's, so they're working to get that done, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Hill, for answering Don Barnes' questions and the Luther faculty about some of their questions. That's good to know. We want to support Luther in those positions as best we can. And I knew they were coming in the 23-24 school year, so that's a step. A positive step forward. Also, there was a couple. The Collins family. Thank you once again for your advocacy for our autism acceptance months and for all that you do for autistic children in our school district. I've seen you come to the board meeting with children that are friends of your family, and we get to hear from them and the experiences they have a lot because of what you've done. And so thank you. Always good to see. And I think Zach, I had to figure out where you were teaching, but I try not to pop in unannounced because sometimes that stresses school sites out or teachers out, but I try to go to schools as often as I can, so it's not that you haven't seen me, I just haven't reached your school yet. But as I've been with you, Mrs. Zabasta, a couple of times, so we'll get back there. I'm going to make an effort to go see Mr. Doyle's classroom since he invited us, and I love his idea of we need to congregate and work at being a group together, and so I'm going to go there first and start that. Well, obviously, some of my other board members already have, so I'll follow you. Thank you, everyone else. If I missed you, I apologize. was a lot of speakers, and I'm just rolling through. There was a couple. And I think that's all. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ponser-Kampkar.
So the two kind of quick ones first. So Ms. Lundberg, thank you for coming to our CVRA meetings and doing the translation services, but I'm just really hopeful that now that we have maps, we'll have a little more public engagement, because that's really where the rubber meets the road there, and we'll get to that a little bit later. Ms. Collins, thank you for your advocacy for students with autism. You've clearly raised some wonderful kids with the same heart for that. I am something of a public meeting junkie, and so I think last year about this time, I was watching you come to the mic and talk so passionately about this, and so I love to see it every year. It's amazing. So, to my friends in the audience, and I do mean that. I realize I'm relatively new to Burbank in the grand scheme of things, but I had my daughter's ATB teacher here. I had a friend who teaches over at the community day school, people that I really don't want to let down because I know them personally and I see them all the time. We can't negotiate in public, so I'm not going to speak to specifics of the contract, but there's no hidden pot of money. We can't turn in a budget with less than a 3% reserve. When we look at our per pupil, we just don't get as much because of low unduplicated population, because we don't have parcel tax, and we have our unduplicated population is going down, our enrollment's going down overall, right? We know that as at least current state. That's under an assumption at the state level that low-income, foster, homeless, English learners, and special needs students are harder to serve. And that may be true, but that denies the reality that our teachers are living in their classrooms, that they have classrooms full of individual students with individual needs, and increasing responsibilities to those students. So we need more money. I think if any of us could wave a magic wand and give you what you want, we would. The reason that LAUSD has zero contribution health plans and big raises is they get concentration funds, they get supplemental funds in the area of tens of thousands of dollars more per student. The reason that other districts like Arcadia can offer more is that their community has supported them in passing a parcel tax, something only a third of our community said no to, in a truly disappointing move. So I know that it's unsatisfying, this process and where we're at right now. Having been in several classrooms over the last month, I saw amazing things, teachers that I know could go elsewhere and make more. To Mr. Doyle's point, we can fight for that money together. And that's what I would love to see us do once we're past this part of it, right? I was in speaking to our lawmakers over the past week and talking to them how you have to protect the COLA that's currently in the budget, how we have to protect our one-time funding. I heard education already gets the lion's share of the general fund. And you can imagine that was not a satisfying answer to me, because I know where we are from a per pupil perspective here in Burbank. So this hearing, hearing everybody today is evidence that we need more here in Burbank. We need more to support our students who are individuals and need individual attention and need their teachers to be able to live in Burbank and pay their bills. So, once this process is over, let's go to Sacramento together. I can fit 6 more in my car if you've got short legs in the 3rd row. Chandra's in. All right. So I do think that we need to really take this on together. And I want you to know that you're hurt, and I'm committed to doing what I can from this seat and from my driver's seat up to Sacramento to make it happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Aghakhanian.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I had to yield my time earlier, not giving a report, because I know a lot of you are here, you're staying late. So thank you for staying late. But also, I also want to thank you for coming and talking about issues that we've been talking about for a long time. And as I've said it before, and I say it again, some of you talked about legacy and systematic change. It's the system that's broken, unfortunately, the way we get funded. And again, my colleague did talk about it, but at the same time, I do appreciate, us at least you reaching out. I just had a meeting with some of our teachers, and I think the conversations that we're having, if we want to build a legacy and have a systematic change, I've been saying this for 7 years, and I will say it again, it's the system. You want to fix it, repeal Prop 13. That's just to start with. But again, I think also, I'm not here to give you a lecture about the system because you already know, and I know you're passionate about your issues, but at the same time, it is important that we do remember that we're mentioning about politicians, and, well, it is time also to really hold some of them responsible, the individuals who control the funding as well when it comes to Sacramento. Some of us here really know how the system works, and I think maybe together we can have these conversations. I will fit in your car as well if we need to go to Sacramento somehow. But let us have this conversation, because there was a lot of talk tonight about future generations and people who don't want to be teachers. Well, I don't blame them. It's difficult, but also when it comes to cities like Burbank, what I call a perfect middle class, we don't get our fair share. There are openings in LA Unified right now, and there is money floating, and people are going there. I get it. But at the same time, I know what keeps you here. It's you love Burbank, you love our kids, and we hear it all the time. And I'm not here to say just we appreciate it. I know someone said, you know, just listen to us. We don't want to hear you give a speech about how much you care about us. Well, we have been having conversations, and I hope that maybe we can build a legacy. Let Burbank be the district that really changed the system, if we can. Again, one can just hope. I know there were also a lot of talks about security and concerns, and I know we're having a hearing tomorrow, but you know, I also want to remind people when it comes to the DEI issue, there are a lot of students in this district, I know, that don't feel secure at school because they get bullied because of their color, their ethnicity, their gender, their sexual orientation. So let us not forget that as important as having security guards at our schools are, and I know we're talking, I know my colleagues are talking to the city, let us not forget that a lot of these students don't feel also secure going to school because of what I just mentioned earlier. So I think together we can figure this out. There's always two sides to a conversation. And, you know, I can tell you right now, I'm going to Burbank talking monthly to a class of students who just came to this country, who don't speak the language, they don't understand how to fit in. And it's difficult for them, but at least we're providing hope to them. At least we're telling them what, you'd be surprised what the conversations are about. And they remind me of me. I came here when I was almost 18. I didn't know how the system works. And was there someone there to talk to me? No. So I think it's important that also you invite us to come and talk to our students. I've been to Mirror before too, talking to a similar group. But let us not forget that when it comes to DEI, it's also important that we talk about concerns from other parents, teachers, and even students. And I think we're all here having the best interest for our students. And I love, one of the teachers talked about math, and I'm a stat guy, I'm a probability guy. Thank you. There you go. Where are my math teachers? Thank you. So let's be realistic. It's a numbers game, right? We talked about Luther. It's the demographics. It's the neighborhoods. You know, I mean, I know there's conversations about building new apartments, but I do agree that together we can come up with some solution. I like the whole, if it's Luther, let it be stay, right? So, but at the same time, these are conversations that we need to continue. But the reality of it is that, you know, families are staying here. There isn't much change when it comes to apartments, new development. You know, don't compare us to Glendale, because if you look at Glendale, look at how much developments they had just in their downtown area alone in the last 8-9 years. So we need to have a conversation about how do we bring students to Burbank when it comes even to areas to Luther, because if you look at the demographic, these are, you know, houses, people been there, they're not moving, they're not having new children. There is a shift. And I would say maybe in 5 to 10 years, there'd be a shift in demographics. I love demographics. That's my little stat thing I do all the time. But I think the conversation should be also about how we can really increase. People want to come to Burbank. And in the same time, we can talk about programs like dual immersion programs. How can we bring more students who can take some of the courses away from our competitors, because that's where they're going to certain districts because they offer some of these programs we don't. So overall, I love the feedback. I'm here if you need to talk to me. Again, you can always email me or call me on my cell. But at the same time, you know, I hear you, and I know we're in the middle of a negotiation right now, but at the same time, I want to let you know, as someone who's a teacher himself, who wakes up 5 in the morning, drives all the way to East LA, I get it. It's difficult, and I see what's happening with our students. 70% of our students in the largest community college in California get 1 meal a day. 1 out of 5 are homeless. Just to give you an idea what our students are facing out there. So I want to thank you for all you do, and I look, you know, I'm always open to invites to come and talk to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Weisberg.
Thank you very much. I'm going to work a little out of order. Bear with me. So Mr. Arakelian was too much of a coward to stay and listen to us speak to his unbelievably transphobic and bigoted comments. I do want to say a couple of very quick things about them. None of the things that he suggested we voted on were voted on at all. In fact, we sent back both of the positions that we were looking at to be tweaked and looked at again. There's no teacher on our campus who is discussing their sexual proclivities or activities with their students. Sounds like he's spending a lot of time thinking about those things, but they are not happening. What he refers to as gender dysmorphia is students being proud of who they are, and teachers, parents, and staff supporting who our students are completely and wholly. Senator Scott Wiener is a real champion for that, and continues to fight for students. Now more than ever is a time to really be mindful of how we're supporting our students who are transgender. Right now, there's a law in place that protects the safety of students. We know that 51% of students do not feel safe and protected in their homes. So there is a bill that's being proposed, called, it's AB 1314, which would require school employees to notify parents in writing when students talk about having questions about gender identity. That is dangerous. It is going to cause student suicide. It is the same type of bigoted laws we're seeing in Florida and in Texas, and I know that I speak for all of us when I say we will fight tooth and nail to make sure that that stays away from California public schools. I'm Jewish, so I don't know a ton about Jesus, but I'm pretty sure he never said anything nasty about anybody. Pretty sure Jesus was like, yay, all the people, I think.
Look at me.
I think. So I think everybody in this room had a sort of a collective eye roll because of the kind of hate speech. But I will say that we have students watching, and they hear that kind of language and it scares them. So I think it's important that we acknowledge that not only is what he's saying bigoted and cowardly, which we saw by him walking out before any of us could say that, but that nobody in the district subscribes to that, and we all support our students fully and completely for the people that they are and the people that they will become, and it will remain that way. So there you go. It's sad when you have to state the obvious, right? Like it's a bummer. To Ms. Lundberg, thank you so much. One of the things that I talked to Dr. Hill about recently is, so we have this great website that has like literally all of the things on it about redistricting. So it has all of the schedules, all of the community forums, all the things, but I don't think people know about it. So one of the things we talked about is, can we send out an email that has like the dates of all the community forums, the dates of all of the stuff, the link to the website where you can draw, just maybe reminding people again, because all the calendar's set, like it's there, the community forums you're asking for, all of that good stuff. So it's a great reminder that maybe we need to be sending that out again and just saying, hey, everybody, in case you're looking for the place where the community, where the public hearings, virtual community forums, in-person community forums, all of that stuff is there. So that was a good reminder to me that we should be reiterating that. It doesn't answer your question about like the conversation afterwards. But one of the things that we did just add to the website as a point of clarification is letting people know that while, and it's so confusing, while we are going to be districted, so people will only be voting for a board member in their district, we do still serve at large. So that's something we're going to have to keep saying over and over and over again, because it doesn't make, there's so many confusing parts. So you gave me a good reminder tonight that we need to continue to explain all of these missing pieces. I learned something tonight I didn't even know about it. So the more you know, rainbow thing. But we'll send something out about this, and then I think having a conversation once the maps are drawn to really give people a sense of what that means is a great suggestion. And I appreciate that. To all of the amazing teachers, I just want to say that you don't need to invite us. We'll come to you. We'll reach out. Thanks to Ms. Abasto, who's always really helpful in that. But I have 2 weeks of spring break that don't coincide with Burbank, so I will be all over the place. So you don't need to do the extra step. We will reach out. We will come to you. We will figure it out, whether it's with Ms. Abasto or Dr. Hill or somebody else. I don't want to say too much about all of the comments, because you guys have heard enough words from us, which was very clear, and I don't blame you. But I do want to echo just quickly that we're not withholding money. We're not. If there was more to give, we'd give it. We really, truly would. And something that I think Mr. Cantwell is going to go through tonight is talking a little bit about the impact of our reserves based on what we're doing budgetarily. And our very real concern about making sure that we don't have to turn around and let people go. I don't disagree with the let's spend today's dollars on today's kids. I think that's really important. But I think there's just, again, just to reiterate that, I said this last time and I want to say it again, that investing money into DEI, investing money in our senior administration doesn't take away money from our teachers. They're separate things. And I would like us to get to a place where we can want the most for everybody, acknowledging that it doesn't deny anybody something else. I know it feels that way, but it's just not true. Ms. Inokian asked me a great question about, like, well, where does the COLA go? Like, where does it break down? And there are lots of opportunities in our LCAP meetings and in our budget meetings to actually walk through it. But I'm sure Mr. Cantwell or one of us or anybody here would like sit down and walk through with you, hey, here's where it goes. I know it sounds super duper interesting and it's definitely how you want to spend your time, but like, it's not hidden. We will go through it with you. We'll walk through it with you. A lot of what we're waiting to hear is about budget revisions, about enrollment, all of that stuff. But all of that to simply say that we desperately want to pay everybody what they deserve, and we're not keeping anything back. I know it doesn't feel like that. And as a teacher who also is not paid what I think I'm worth, I truly understand. I don't think any of us got into this business because we thought we'd make a lot of money, but it is also really difficult to feel like you put in work and you're not respected with your compensation. So I'm not going to say too much more than that, but just to say that I know that we're working as hard as we can, and that we want to do everything we can do for you, as much as we can do for you. Acknowledging that we live in a very odd city that is dependent upon the district in order to maintain home value, in order to maintain people wanting to move here, and yet it's not a community that is willing to support financially the district. If you look at all the other districts that were mentioned tonight, they either get, oh my God, thank you. My goodness, I was like, it's a C word, concentration funds, or they've passed a parcel tax. And we didn't. And that's true. And it's not an excuse, but it is an acknowledgement that we also need to be talking about better ways to communicate to our community that this is not a sustainable model. That if you want people to move to Burbank, then you need to support Burbank schools. And I know it's something that me and President Ferguson are really going to try to push in meaningful ways when we meet with our council compatriots. And that even shows up in joint use agreements with Parks and Rec, right? The way that this needs to be a more symbiotic relationship. And we need to figure out a way to work with the chamber and every part of the Burbank community, Realtors Association, to say, hey, you need this as much as we need this, so let's figure out a way to get it done. Please keep reaching out. Don't wait until a board meeting. I know sometimes it feels like it's the only way you get heard, but you know how to get in touch with us. People who are still here will tell you I do respond. I will show up. But just keep talking to us and letting us know whether it's positive or negative. But I know it often doesn't feel like it, but we are fighting with you, not against you.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues. Try not to duplicate efforts here. So thank you. Starting off, I want to respond to our Luther teachers who came out. So thank you again for coming out. I'd like to schedule just a follow-up conversation with the superintendent about the arts funding, what that looks like. Yeah. I understand pretty clearly why that looks the way it looks, why it feels the way it feels. So I want to make sure, and I don't think there's intention behind this, but that we're not shortchanging, that we are not putting, arts funding on this kind of unsteady measure that every year you're, frankly, operating in a trust deficit that the other campuses aren't. That's not equity. So I understand that. So I want to look into that a little bit more and just appreciate you escalating that as an issue. Additionally, the meetings that were promised need to happen. So those makeup meetings, those need to happen with that campus community. We made a deal, we made a promise. I'd like to make sure that those are rescheduled. Because again, we went to open house last night, and a lot of the issues with faculty are still there, and a lot of concerns are still there. And I hear that from members as I'm going classroom to classroom. So I want to make sure we're addressing this, and that this campus community doesn't feel that we're abandoning them, or that they are in any way less valuable as one of our 3 core middle schools. So I think that those are important efforts to kind of demonstrate that sincerely. So, and we'll ask for your continued advocacy and keeping us aware of things as they develop. One of the great examples where the thermostat issue that got escalated, because that got escalated, we were able to escalate it, and now Mr. Cantwell is getting it done. So this is what good communication looks like. I'm sorry you have to come to a school board member to do this. Having said that, we are working together and we are moving the needle. There's clearly other places you want to move it. I understand, and let's continue to be partners in that way. So thank you guys for coming down and for spending your night with us and for opening your classrooms to us last night. To Mr. Arakalian, transphobic, homophobic, all the things, just hitting across the board. And really, I'm a gay man. If I'm receiving that energy in that way, I have to tell you, offended is, a great understatement of how I felt in a lot of those comments, talking about my life not being fulfilled because I'm not going to be in a relationship with a woman. Are you kidding? First of all, lucky women. So that's one. 2, I am being authentically who I am has given me opportunity to enjoy life at such a greater level than I have ever thought was possible. So to young people in this district who hear that from this individual who couldn't dare to walk a day in our shoes, to own the kind of confidence it takes to say, I still matter, despite tomes being thrown at us to say that we are less than. You know what the Bible says? It says a lot of things. But in 1 Timothy 4:12, it also says, to set an example for the believers in faith and love and purity. Don't let anybody look down on you because you are young, but set an example for the believers in faith and love and in purity. this younger generation has such power in so many ways because the pandemic, you name it, has put them in such tremendously hard positions in their lives. We're seeing the trauma from that come at us more forcefully than it ever has. You are seeing it in the classroom. We're seeing it as school board members, as elected leaders who are 3, 4, 5 degrees removed from day-to-day experiences with students. But this generation has the ability to demonstrate acceptance, love, all of those things in the face of all of these challenges. And to make small-minded folks with such limited paradigms about who is valuable and who is not, because that is what we're talking about. You guys are demonic followers. Are you kidding me? I don't have kids in this district, so I don't care. I'll show you my schedule the past week. I care. This one over here doesn't have kids in the district either. And we're tag teaming constantly to try and make sure that kids are taken care of. Don't come at me with, I don't care. And one day when I do have kids, I'll be a little bit more informed, and hopefully with a husband at that time, because if not, I'm doing it alone, folks. I'll do it. They will see the joy in my life, and I'm not missing a beat because I'm not straight. So to all of our kids, whether you identify as a male, female, the gender that was assigned to you at birth or not, you are valuable, you are loved, you are equal, despite how that rubs people the wrong way at times. So, see you at the next meeting, Mr. Arkelian. Gay's going to be in the middle of the seat then, too, so, you know. Sorry, elections have consequences. Yeah, get some kids by then, I guess. Don't threaten me with a good time. I have a pug, he's enough. So, to Ms. Lundberg, there is so much education that we're going to have to do related to redistricting. It's intense. It is, there is not going to be enough time, no matter how much time we get, and we have gotten an extension of time, there's not going to be enough time to educate people as to what this process looks like. I wish we had more time. We will focus on, again, getting sheets which summarize the issue more clearly. That needs to happen, and us getting that out. We are working with consulting teams. We're working with to try and get this information out. Let's expedite that. When it comes to negotiations, right, the bottom line, first things first, heard all of it. On top of that, received all the energy behind all the anger, all the hurt. God, I felt that. So not talking at you, not talking anything. So I believe we are doing what we can to get dollars to the table. Having said that, it sounds like there are different assumptions about what dollars are available for movement and which ones we don't see as either available for movement, et cetera. So I would like, instead of saying, you know, hey, this isn't a lot, like, I'd like to understand your assumptions, your budget assumptions a little bit more. So that will allow me to go, okay, fully empowered, this fund here, we can move more, or this is what they're looking at when you're saying we're hiding reserves, because that does very quickly become a matter of where you're sitting and all of that. So I want to hear that because, again, that to me paves ways to solutions, and happy to hear that. So if I could either connect with BTA in some way, shape, or form, or as appropriate, so I can understand those as at least one board member. The negotiations team should also be bringing back any assumptions, so if it's shared there, please make sure that that's brought to the board so that we can just understand. When I started on the board, we had 22% reserves. We have since spent that down rather significantly. We have worked together to empty funds at times that have been kind of used to shield additional funding which could be put towards compensation. So we do have, despite not being able to answer the cost of living and the other very real crises that members are experiencing, the number of you that are working second and third jobs exhausts me because I can't even imagine. To me, we have had and demonstrated a real sincere commitment to spend down reserves, to get more dollars to all of you. But again, it sounds like we're missing the mark on when it comes to additional money, where it's being housed, and what you see as movable. That to me matters. So I want to get to the bottom of that. I want to make sure the whole board has that information as well, so that way we can continue to move from there. So thank you to everybody who spent time with us tonight, and looking forward to understanding more through conversation and through negotiations. Last thing is on the job description regarding hiring. Ms. Maslick brought up. I have to tell you, I think that's very fair to say, where the heck are the campus supervisors? Where the heck are, all the different positions that we're trying to hire? Why are we focused on admins right now? Why are we? I get all of that, and you've seen me for multiple meetings going, where's the beef? Like, what's happening with this? Why are we moving it? Superintendent has assured me we're getting a report back. We're going to understand that. Some positions are harder to hire for. We're working with classified staff in some situations to negotiate, right? So that way we can move salaries up for specific positions, because we know that compensation, not just across the board, but in that particular situation, is really impacting recruitment. So we're doing our best to kind of work with our labor groups, and our labor groups have been phenomenal partners in this. So I want to just say that too. In trying to address this situation by situation, job classification by job classification. So there are components of programming that are not being implemented as a result of a director not being there. Those are things that are concerning to me. I get that on we should be hiring these folks first, then we should. I get that on principle. I totally do. But there are many priorities moving, many responsibilities that need tracking. And I want to make sure that, yes, we're getting accountability for why aren't there additional campus security officers being hired, while also being able to maintain our commitment to students of all backgrounds who need to understand this world differently, who need to be educated in this world differently, who need to be supported in that way. You all know this. I'm not telling something new to anybody. But there's a lot of work that a redline community, a community with a history of redlining, needs to do to meet par. And this is a part of that. So I want to be able to walk and chew gum. I have not been happy with our hiring process. I have not. It's been months, okay, out of my skin, angry at times, okay? I also am not so disconnected from it because, again, I get the calls from the campus security officers and the one who was breaking down on the phone with me because of what happened at Burbank High. So I'm not sitting in an ivory tower with this. I'm hearing it, I'm experiencing it, I'm living it. Not in the same way you are, but I am. So I want to get those moved. Staff, you're hearing this, and you're hearing how this is being compared. Loud and clear, okay? So this is why it should be prioritized and discussed. And this is why we should help our community understand what we're dealing with so that solutions can be brainstormed so that we can get addressing this and move forward. So thank you for that. Looking forward to connecting to understanding assumptions a little bit more. Thank you for spending more time with us than Lord knows you wanted to. And we're going to continue talking and getting through this one step at a time. So thank you all for coming down. I'm going to check in with my colleagues. I would like to, Dr. Aghakhanian. Dr. Aghakhanian has proposed a small break. Can we do a hard 5-minute break? 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back.
I've been here before. But I'm like Andy, I'm a public meeting. I'm a junkie. I like this. There's nothing better.
Dr. Agakanian, please report to the dais. Dr. Agakanian. Yeah. Hold on one second. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we're back. Thank you, everybody, for putting up with our recess. With that, I am going to just check in with my colleagues. My goal is to do item 11A, which is a district demographer presentation on by trustee area map development and criteria under the California Voting Rights Act. Then I will move, instead of to 11B, to item 12A for the public hearing, conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, so that way we can continue on. Does that work for my colleagues?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. With that, we will move forward with item 11A with a report from our demographer.
A quick comment. I just wanted to thank Andy and Ruthie and the translators who've been at the meeting. I've done a lot of these in a lot of jurisdictions, and you've provided really good support. It makes our job easier. I'm going to run through some of the early. I'm going to skip over some of the early slides because we've already seen them. I would encourage anybody who wants to see them. Any of the community meetings that we've had, which have been, I think, 4 so far, and the 2 other public hearings, you'll get a sense of the framework, so we can skip ahead and get to the actual maps that are being presented tonight. I would remind you that today you have 7 maps to look at. You have 1 more meeting to look at maps, and then after that you select a map and the sequence of elections. There's 2 different parts to that. We encourage this meeting to kind of look at maps, get an idea of what you want, and start to what we would call funnel. I'm not going to lie to you. I've been to jurisdictions where they take this third public hearing and they go from 7 to 20, or they go up and down. You just have to recognize your time frame, and you need to know that you're trying to get to a point where you agree with a concept, and then you're funneling to get to what I would call focus maps, so that the next time becomes easier and easier. Okay, let me go to the slides. That's the schedule, that's the laws, you all have this in your packet as well. I did want to go to, okay. So, we'll get right to it. Map 101. We don't put names on maps because, well, we don't see maps at all. Okay, we don't put names on maps because they tend to take on a life of their own, and that's not a good thing when you're trying to objectively look at maps. But I will say that you have 2 maps that came from the public, and that's 101 and 107. They don't need names, and the others are not. I would just draw your attention very quickly to that little rectangle box on the left. Population deviation is 11.29. Let me remind you and the public, you are trying to get to something less than 10%. That deviation means the largest district and the smallest district, the size of them is, the difference between the 2 is 11.29%. Let me just go back and remind everybody, you are looking for districts that are 21,510 people. And see, in the map number 1, you have a difference from that number that's 11.29. So that is out of what we would call something that's going to be approved, right? However, we took the concept of the map, and if you look at map 102, and if you look at the screen rather than the sheet just quickly, if I go quickly from map 101 and 102, you don't see much, right? The only thing I would tell you is if you look right at what would be the western edge of District 4, that purple, right? Right at the top there, you'll see it pop in a little bit. Did you see that? And if you look at the bottom part of District 3, the blue, so now I'm in District 1, now watch green will pop into blue a little bit. See it? That difference drops you to, what is that, I can't see it now, 5.23%. The reason we did this is that is virtually the same map, but now you're in, we don't call it compliance, but now it's a map that is within the bounds of what you need to do. If you like the concept of this map, you would look at 102. Now, last thing I'll say is, if those two little pinches pick off an area and you go down there and go, no way, this is not part of that community, then it matters, right? If it doesn't, what we did is we shaved so that you could get the numbers that you were after. So in that map, just notice, we have 2+ trustees per elementary attendance area. I have some cheat sheets here so I can look at it, okay? And all we did is that little change, okay? You can notice on the pink side is where the more significant Armenian population was concentrated. And notice that in the center, the district, the orange district, is where you get a high renter district, and the green. To your priorities that you set, this map goes after renters down the middle of the city along the freeway and then up into the green area. If you look at the statistics in map 102, you have a district that is, it says, you have one of the districts, District 5, says, we have it saying 80% renters versus 20% owned. Okay? So what I'm saying is these are the numbers. Now, you also have the stats that show you the ethnic and racial breakdowns. Okay? Remember, we are not allowed to use ethnicity or race as the predominant factor, but you cannot look at a district that presumably dilutes the potential for election. In this case, the number you want to look at in your stats, you want to look at citizen voting age population, which is the second horizontal bar in your stats, and go across and see which district has what numbers of what ethnic community. And you will see numbers that kind of hover around, particularly for the Latino community, in the high 20s. That's the only real community, that and the Armenian community, that has shown, again, a significant concentration that we were trying to take into account when we drew the maps. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's go through the maps. I'll tell you what, you have them there. Let me just go through the maps and you'll see. Now you can see 102 kind of slants this way, right? Sort of northwest to southeast, except for that blue, right? When I go to 103, you still have that kind of orientation. Look at the district up in the top right hand, the pink. That doesn't change much. They may change colors, by the way, and numbers. Don't let that distract you. You still have a district that's sort of in the middle, but we've moved a little bit. Watch the freeway here. You've got 2 districts above the freeway, principally, and you've got 3 mostly below. This is map 103, and by the way, I'm going to come back to that bottom text, which gets at the electoral sequence. But map 103, you have 2 trustees. You wanted to do this with attendance zones, 2 trustees per elementary attendance zone. Okay, and you have high-density renters in District 1 and District 3. Again, those are along the center of the city. Okay? And you have a Latino population in 103 that I think is, I wrote it down here. In District 3, just so you know, you have a 32% Latino community, which is 32%. And again, you got to be careful of the numbers and focusing too much, but that's about as high as you're going to get, and I've looked at the maps, for the Latino community, given, if you'll remember the look of them, we showed them in the last meetings, they're not like packed somewhere, or, the communities sometimes do that. You have Latino communities that are kind of spread around, but in this instance, District 3 captures 32%. Okay? It doesn't mean anything except those numbers, right? Now watch from 103, and it's good to go from one to the other. So 102 to 103, 104. Now, wow. Did you see how that one now goes sort of northeast down to southwest, right? The most significant factor here in 104, I suspect you've all picked it out, is this one here has each one of the trustees in a separate district. And by the way, you know where you live, and it's on the map, the interactive map for anybody who's listening. Use the interactive map that's online. You can zoom in and out, you can overlay and see where the trustees live. You can do a lot of stuff on that tool. Well, it's public. The reason we do it is it's public anyways. They could. But I will have you note that you know where you live. All of you are on the bubble of every district. So this district has relatively good numbers. Look at the deviation is 4.9, right? The one before it was 7.3. It's not a worse map. It's less than 10. This has 4.9, right? And map 104, let me see here. You have a 30% Hispanic community, and then you have in the renters, districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 all have above 55, 50, 55. So you've encapsulated sort of race and ethnicity and the renters, which you all picked out, as two of the primary ideas, and you're all in a different one. Yes?
Am I wrong in looking at the numbers for all the maps, sort of what you said? It looks like income in the housing situation is much more evenly distributed here than it is in the other maps. I mean, it's not perfect, but in looking at income, housing stats, and also language, it's much more evenly distributed than the first couple of maps that lean very heavily, like just having one Armenian district. And then, so for me, and I could be wrong, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks like the most sort of evenly distributed based on what we had talked about being important to us as far as, because I don't think any of us want all the renters in one place and all the homeowners in one place. We want it to be as sort of diverse as possible, I think.
Okay, so let me, you're not wrong.
Hey, look
you're
at
sitting
that.
up there, so I'm here. So
Oh,
you're
you
not,
could
you're
tell
not
me
wrong.
I'm wrong.
However,
It's cool, I'm tired.
No, you're not wrong. What we heard is that renters, as a community of interest, you wanted to do your best to draw districts that allow them a potential vote. That means you don't want to try and move them into different districts. Where you can, again, you don't want to gerrymander, you don't want to go and draw a circuitous route, but where you can, you want to draw a district that has as a high percentage of renters as possible. Now, by the way, we heard it the first night from you, President Ferguson, and then everybody nodded, and we've heard it in some of the community forums as well. Okay, so this one in particular, again, notice this one has 4 of the seats going across the freeway, right? It's a very different map, okay? But the numbers are good. It's contiguous, and you have, just so you know, the high density area here is divided up in this map. In this map, you have, well, you still have relatively good density. There's still good numbers, but the point is it cuts this way. And by the way, where the Armenian community is populated, generally in the, right, it's over to the right, but this district now is clipped in half. All I'm suggesting is, you know, the map is not the territory. I know the map, you guys know the territory. And you know street by street and area by area if this is a legit representation, as is this one, as is this one. Are they, right? They're all different representations of these kind of communities. The question for you is which one feels the best as you put it on and how you want to operate based on what you told us, you and the community told us were the priorities. There were some neighborhoods called out. You're going to see, I think, in map 10, let's go to 105. Again, 104 is the only one where each of you are in a separate seat on the bubble, right? But you're in a separate seat. 105, again, keeps that similar up to the top, but then now you've got almost 3 under the freeway and 2 above the freeway, right? So, and 105 can't see it now. It's just a different orientation, right, of a map. Watch what happens. Just watch it visually. 104, right? Now watch that purple, that little leg under the freeway, and the orange under the freeway. You just pushed them up. So the population has to go somewhere, right? And what we tried to do is do it with renters in mind and the ethnic communities that are called out, particularly from the Federal Voting Rights Act. It is not rocket science, but it's hard. Let's put it that way. Yes?
Just a quick question. This isn't an easy one. I see Burbank High, I see Burroughs High. I don't see Monterey on here.
Enrollment boundaries.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Monterey, I think
That's fine.
Monterey is the
continuation school.
Right, but I mean, you have 3 high school boundaries, right? There's one up, one down, and then one in the middle. One's like optional. So we tried to get, and again, attendance zones are tricky because people see schools, not attendance zones. And the attendance zones, we tried to cover because you did tell us you wanted to cover attendance zones.
I think my question is more, it would be helpful just to see where it is geographically, not because it necessarily is an attendance zone, but it's just that as we're orienting ourselves to these maps, it's really helpful to see where all of our schools are. Yeah, like our adult school and Monterey, like not because it's.
Okay.
I just think it'd be good for me, and I'm not a great, but it would be really helpful just to see where those schools exist as we're sort of talking about what makes the most sense.
So again, we can produce those maps the same way.
Yeah.
If you go to the interactive map online, you can call out attendance zones and schools and all of
I
that.
just think for community members.
Got it.
It will be helpful to see when
Where the
narrowed it down.
schools are.
Oh, that's where Monterey is, that's where Burroughs is, just for orientation for people, because this is difficult to understand. Or just orient.
Yeah, I got it. And again, it gets tricky, like the questions that you talked about before here. Governance versus elections. This is about elections. I do want to say something. Earlier you said we are being elected by district, but you're governing at large. I would just take the word at large out.
Right.
Because that is an electoral language. What I heard you say from the get-go is you're going to govern for the whole district and use that kind of language, because at-large is a trigger point for it. That's exactly the thing that they're trying to get rid of, is at-large elections, right? But we heard it. It's been repeated. I know, Abby, you were there, and you mentioned it there. People asked questions. I mean, you're trying to do that. This is about elections. This isn't about governance. Okay? That's 105. Watch from 105 to 106. What happened there? Again, 2 above, 3 below pretty much. Same 2 above, 3 below, but you now have that horizontal feel up the middle. And if you look at the numbers in 106, again, you've got renters, you have 3 districts that are significantly high, 83% in District 3, right? And then 67% in District 1, that's it, and 53. And those are high numbers. If you're trying to say we want renters to have a voice, electorally, those are significant numbers, right? Doesn't mean you're going to elect a renter. It just means those are significant numbers. Make sense? Now, the last one is significantly different. And when it was written and it was sent in, it was told, and we read it and said, well, this is going to be a different map. Watch what happens here. Now, what do you think they were trying to do? No. No. Everybody there has has both high schools. Now, that's a philosophy that says, I don't want Burroughs Burbank, I don't want I want everybody to represent both. Now, I get it. That completely sends your sort of issue about renters a little haywire, but look at the deviation, 3.81. So the only way to get that number is to do, you see on the left-hand, bottom left is a little blue that pops up. And now, is this quote-unquote gerrymandering? With 3.81, someone would look at it, they're compact, and it's clearly going, I can't tell you for sure what the court would say. Well, I've seen a lot screwier maps, but this one is based on a philosophy, and it's called out. if you said, no, we believe that we wanted to try and do our communities of interest around high schools, this would be a map that you could look at and we could probably adjust things. We could move those legs a little bit and tighten it up. What I want to hear from you is, what are the maps that kind of feel right? I would suggest you look at some of these maps and say to me, let me toss out a couple. I like it, like for example, 101 we put there for the obvious reason, it's the numbers, right? So that's out, right? But this one, 104, 103, 105, if you toss out a couple and then you tell me, here are the three we like and we want to adjust, that would be great. Folks, I'm going to tell you, you could get 10 more from the community between now and the next meeting. I'm just going to tell you, what's important is for you to lay out the philosophy, what you're trying to accomplish, because the meeting, not the next meeting, but the meeting after that, you all have to make a decision. And what you want to do is lay a public record of, this is why we picked the map that we picked. Okay. Let me stop and see where you want to go and what you want to do. I'm going to take notes. I already wrote down, show the schools. That's more about how we present. Yep. But talk to me about the maps, and shall I assume 101?
Yeah.
Okay. So 102 represents 101, pretty much.
So let's hold off for now. We're going to go to the public hearing now.
I'm sorry. That's correct. I forgot the...
All good. So we've received the report from the demographer. We're going to move forward with the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak during the public hearing? If not, I will close the public hearing from interested parties regarding the composition of trustee area boundaries. And now we can go to feedback. Who would like to start? If not, I can.
I was just going to say that I think that if 102 is similar to 101, I think we could probably get rid of both of those.
Yep.
Do we have to second things?
No. I'm sorry. You want me to respond, or you tell me? I'll stand here and wait till I'm.
If you could just take notes as we go through, and where it seems that there's consensus, you take direction. That would be great.
Gotcha.
Well, and I can talk about why, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I heard in the CVR, actually both of the CVR meetings that I attended, was a lot about, like, we want specific neighborhoods to be represented, right? Is what the few people who are coming to these meetings are saying, right? And so my guess is that this one, and to some extent the other ones that are like split along the 5, are, we want Magnolia Park to be one thing, we want Rancho to be one thing, we want downtown to be one thing, we want the hillside to be one thing, and then everything else is the 5th district, right? I don't love it, or just the idea of that. I mean, I do think it certainly follows kind of natural boundaries as people think about Burbank, right? We had the person who was coming in saying, like, we know the boundaries of Magnolia Park, like it's been around for 100 years. But I do think that that's more of a city council concern, because they think more in those kind of areas than I really think we've talked a lot about, like, wanting to make sure that we're representing across the district as much as possible. But I think that's why this one's here, and why it looks nice. Yeah. Right? But I think this is a city council map, not a school board map. But I'll do that at their public hearing.
Okay. Well, and piggybacking on that a little bit, I will say with map 101 and 102, I have to be honest, like, I'm looking at, like, what would be District 3 here, and I do believe it cuts Magnolia Park up. Magnolia Park definitely goes in, and again, it's unofficial, but, having grown up on Avon and Magnolia, yes, I would consider that after Hollywood Way, between Clybourne and Hollywood Way, that would still be very much considered Magnolia Park. Now, I would say that kind of Verdugo is your kind of dividing line to the more media district area, even though that's not kind of an official designation, but the media district or adjacent. And then after Alameda, you're starting to get into the Rancho up until Riverside, Valley Hard Drive, et cetera, which ends it. So those are kind of the neighborhoods. What I do find interesting about Map 101 is that it isolates basically the flight path communities. And that, I think, is choices were made. So that is my concern, because if you do look at, it layers from the area immediately adjacent to the airport, next to Valhalla Cemetery, following Hollywood Way, basically everything to the west of Hollywood Way suddenly becomes this district. And again, that tends to be the flight path. It also doesn't incorporate a ton of elementary schools, just to be honest. So map 101 and 102 are out in my feedback. I think I do, I do, of course, like 104 in the sense that, yes, we are all in different districts, but I think it also, one, takes in the observation or the request that I made for bridge districts. And there are a majority of districts that are bridge districts. I'm sorry, like each one of us, even to my disagreement at times, has gotten elected here. And respecting the will of the voters, I think, is really important. And we did elect folks, and not necessarily to generate a Hunger Games as we decide this next. So I have to say, yeah, it's a selling point. Do I believe that, for instance, District 1 and District 3 should necessarily begin and end on, I don't know what that street is. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, but where it goes from District 1 to District 3.
Right.
Is that Parish? Yep. Okay.
Oh, yeah, boroughs.
I like the spirit of map 104. I think.
Can you just repeat what you just said about 1 and 3 so I can take a note with it?
Yeah, so I'm just curious as to why Parish. I mean, I also think that if, previously I had stated that Buena Vista would be great as a dividing line. I've since used your map tool online and realized that population really, you're not going to be able to sustain districts west of Buena Vista. West of Keystone, if you follow Keystone all the way up, you actually can. And that also, but it accomplishes basically the same attempt, which is 3 bridge districts. If you take, like, for instance, District 4 and wrap it in and gain population above Kenneth Road, that also is a way. So I actually like where 104 stands. I think we've got some work to do. For instance, I would say Chandler Boulevard, for instance, is really where we begin to kind of distinguish in our own community's mind's eye of the difference between Magnolia Park and then the airport adjacent communities and neighborhoods. I'm comfortable, frankly, with this map as is because, like, 1, it keeps the Rancho whole. 2, it brings in population. I like that District 3, frankly, goes above Glen Oaks a little bit. So you are having to advocate for that in the same district as the Rancho, where you have larger spaces, larger properties. I think all of that is very so.
Can I add to you? Because I also think that breaking up the hillside between 4 and 5 is a positive as well.
That's true.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of a difference between the east side of the hill side and the west side, but this also divides up nicely by the 5 freeway, 5 and 4, which I think you get a lot of representation.
You bet.
In a lot of areas.
So
just
absolutely.
thoughts.
Like, I have to say, like, 1, what I think also this map does really well is we've got some focused neighborhoods, Lake Alameda, Peyton Grismer, and really the 91501, which is in the northeast of our community-ish, all of which have higher density, lower incomes, and all of those. So 1, you're taking, and kind of the apartments in the high density really surrounding what is Washington. That area has high density, lots of duplex units, et cetera. So what I do like is that those communities tend to have, while we're distributing renters relatively equally, we're also distributing representation relatively well as well. So we have got 2 and 5 that are going to be, position motivated to be talking about the needs of Washington. We've got districts 4 and 3, which are kind of, again, both focused on the apartment dense, 91501, but also the Lake Alameda neighborhood, which again has historically been an area where we've wanted to uplift those communities and work to support the needs of those communities. But also you have a lot of the density, frankly, around Victory Boulevard, which districts 2 and 5 once again support. One in the corner pocket, which ironically would be mine according to this map, has Stevenson, Roosevelt, portions of Stevenson, portions of Roosevelt, looks like portions of Edison, and it looks like a little bit of Edison, and what looks like a little bit of like Bret Hart. What I do like about that is I would probably like to pull IEP and 504 numbers in that area. This is definitely, I have to be honest, a more affluent portion of town. It does have a good significant number of renters. I do not live in, I live in a renter-heavy area. Having said that, there is definitely work to be done with this population in terms of IEPs, 504s, and education related to that, because it disproportionately takes attention on those areas. And frankly, it may be good to have those folks in one district as we work on other communities that are less affluent, but definitely have more needs. So I think 104 is a good base map. Yes, it takes care of, or it puts all the incumbents in different districts. Yahtzee. Having said that, I think it also just makes sense. And again, we're not tying, we've got like Northern Magnolia Park, basically, which is like the Disney area, the Olive Park area, being tied with the downtown Olive area, including City Hall. Like, I don't think that those communities are too far removed, that those communities aren't making little jaunts across the hillside, or, to get to the mall, to get to this area. So I think it keeps it rather cohesive. It doesn't create unnecessary fights where fights need to occur, and it respects the will of the voters in that way. It keeps neighborhoods mostly whole, and doesn't, and also takes care of low-income neighborhoods with multiple representatives who will, I think, be focused on addressing those issues, and maintains the original direction, which was to build a majority of districts as bridge districts. This would technically have 4 out of 5 districts be bridge districts.
Yeah, in all the maps, this is the one that is really about the bridging.
Yeah.
It's clearly. Yeah, 107 does, but it does it in a much more narrow way.
And what I also, and then Ms. Tabbitt has a comment, so I will jump and stop filibustering, so I apologize. But I think what's also good, though, is that District 1 does not have a high school in it. It has elementary schools kind of in nonstop, which, again, like you can... Yeah, there's no middle or high school. So Burroughs is in 4, but
it would be in 1. I think Burroughs is in 1.
Right, if that's parish.
Yeah, it would be right on the edge.
Okay, got it. So we all get a little slice. There you go. So we all get a little. So I appreciate that, but I also do appreciate that some districts are going to be more elementary heavy. Some districts are going to be more secondary heavy. And whereas I don't like the idea of board members fighting to deplete one school, correct, I do like the idea of creating situations where board members have to be experts in different levels of education so that they can inform each other in the conversation differently. I think that's an asset. So I think 104 is, to me, the place to build from if we're going to make major changes. I like the communities it keeps together. I like the distribution of renters, because I think that in each of these districts, renters would have a shot of getting elected. And to our 2 minority populations that we are trying to find pathways for representation in different ways, I think 4, 2, all offer that. 5 all offer those pathways. So
Jordan's not in the right spot.
So yeah, I think we're all, as very much Burbankers, going through here and going, where is, so that's my feedback. Ms. Tabbitt, did you have?
That's what I was going to say. I don't look too closely at where these schools are placed, because I don't think they're exactly right.
Oh.
So look more at boundary
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Stevenson
Is it wrong?
on Oak.
Yeah, so we,
okay.
so the map lists Jordan. It should be Dolores
It's
Huerta.
probably the data that's wherever we're pulling from.
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
it's-
So, yeah, but not the voter data that we are,
Right.
we are using the population data.
I should say too, the percentages where we're pulling from are accurate, but there is a margin of error because so something like is for 30% and 28%, it's statistically the same. I mean, they're close. And by the way, we can also, if you have something, we can shave. If you think a street is important, you can do that, and you're not going to really tear up the numbers, right? As long as I get a sense of the concept, right?
Yeah, so I think 104 mostly keeps it there. Not perfect, but I think it bridges a lot of different and answers a lot of needs. 105, I think, puts affluent communities with affluent communities, District 1, District 3, you're really, and District 5, all of them are massively property owner centric and really don't take good, I think, slices of our renter population, and it just concentrates. If you are working class, don't have your own home, 2 or 4 would have to be, I think, your pathway. 3 and 1, the 1 would have both the Media District, Magnolia Park, and the Rancho all within one district. That's a lot. 3 would have almost the entirety of Magnolia Park, with the exception of the other side of Verdugo, so, kind of the Media District, I understand that. But you're going to have basically that entire population drown out anything north of Victory, or north of Chandler, in terms of turnout. So that's a little concerning for 105. 106, similar issues. I just don't think that this groups neighborhoods in the way that we've talked about. 107, great try. Love this. Whoever came up with 107 and said, hey, let's try and bridge all of this. 1, I appreciate from playing with the map tool, you finding populations in the way that you have. I think it's interesting to potentially wrap what would be in this map District 1 instead of down and around what is the Rancho and into the Media District and the studio area, to instead, again, use the 91501 area and to pull population from the hillside above Kenneth. Yep. I think that that's an interesting tying together when you get households north of Kenneth with households that are basically north of San Fernando and east of Olive. So I have never used so many directions in referring to Burbank in my life. So
it's safe to say you don't want 104, right? I'm kidding. I get
this is very cute for a public process, sir.
Can I say one thing about the 2 people that did submit? Both of them spoke with me. You are spot on about giving them props.
Yeah.
They got in, they figured out the tool, they worked with it, and they had a philosophy they were going after, which was good.
You bet.
They had an idea, and they drew it. So I appreciate that. And kidding aside, I got the 104. What I want to make sure is, did the other ones, all of them fall out, or is there another concept that you all like?
I just don't see. I think we could definitely make 104 more cohesive, more.
So we'll need to hear a little bit more specifically from. But that we can get. But is there any other one that works?
In my, one, it becomes, in my judgment, at that point, then, if you've got a map that you can make minor tweaks to versus a map that you need to make major tweaks to and potentially spend the next 2 or 3 meetings educating on that front, I think 104 answers a lot of that, and then allows us also to give greater time to the public to evaluate the pros and the cons of this map, as opposed to, again, keeping this conversation rather nebulous in perpetuity until we just do a hard break on a map. So that's where I would say 104 accomplishes a lot of the things. 105, again, I just don't like the groupings of the neighborhoods or how they're tied together. I think it keeps very traditional. I think it eliminates opportunities for people of color and low-income neighborhoods to run in more than 2 districts. 106, I think concentrates population in District 5 across the hillside as if it's one cohesive community. It is not.
106 was the map where we attempted to use Buena Vista.
Right.
In a more, because that was one of the early directions.
Yeah. Yep.
And as you point out, it is really a socioeconomic map, but that's what happens when you have one thing pushing another. So it's a different approach to a map. Well, but the numbers are good.
Yeah, and what's also interesting is that, again, it doesn't create the bridge districts in the same way. Correct. But what is interesting about, it looks relatively similar when you're talking about east or west of the freeway. That area is relatively settled in terms of how many iterations you can kind of get together. But what I really don't like is how District 5 in this map, again, takes a community from 91501 to the 91504 all the way across the hillside and says that this is the same community while also dividing, frankly, households north of 6th Street, south of 6th Street, who are east of Verdugo.
Yeah, this is the territory. Yeah. This is the fabric that
Here it is.
That's what we need. That's exactly
absolutely. So that's why 106 is out in my book. I think that there are arguably 3 distinct communities within the hillside, arguably 4 if you talk about the high hills versus, basically what I would consider Alameda to Olive, Olive to San Jose, and San Jose then back down to where Woodbury is. I think that those are 3 distinct hillside kind of communities and neighborhoods. I think households south of or west of Glen Oaks would certainly be, almost like a different neighborhood, would not necessarily see themselves relating to those above Kenneth in the same way. So that's where, again, tying it as one district, I think is bridge too far. Jokes. Well, you're asking for feedback. And then 107 is a great effort, but just a little crazy. And I think in terms of if we go to the public and say, please find your school board member on this map, people are going to be like, what is this? What kind of crazy politicians draw this? What are you trying to accomplish? Well, 5
She's going to come
bridge
back
districts.
and draw others.
For the record, whoever you are who drew this, I love you because you fought for equity here in this map. So I appreciate that, and I love that because, again, you're looking out for kids with this map, and that's what we're all trying to do. So that's my justification on the other maps. Again, all good efforts, but I think what we can do is take what I like about 104 is that I think it's most ready in a process that is most new. And it allows us to spend more time perfecting it, making minor edits, as opposed to, again, having too many maps that are still up for consideration for the public to make significant changes to.
Go for it. Okay. One clarifying question, which is when we're talking about these population percentages, this is people who live in the area, right? It's not voters.
Correct.
Okay.
Although you will see in your stats, there's something called CVAP, Citizen Voting Age Population.
Got it.
So you can see if there's a significant dip there, you either have non-citizens or you have a young population.
Okay.
And that just means you count them in terms of people. But from the electoral capability, you want those numbers high. It usually doesn't dip too much. Usually if there's a dip, it's a little, but sometimes there is.
Yeah, I mean, that might be something that we want to look at. What's the deviation there as well?
Right.
Just to make sure that we're not really causing one district to have to do a whole lot more work. So I agree with what President Ferguson said about 104. I think 103, there's some potential there, I think, especially with the concentration of certain communities, right? I think that following the freeway like that is really interesting to me. I think maybe you could make more into bridge districts by having 3 go a little bit over the freeway and giving 1 some of its area below the freeway, but I don't know how much that changes that number. But that might get you a little more of that bridging while still being able to try to have some nice concentration going on.
But doesn't that then just turn it into map 104?
Not quite, because
it's hard for me to see
it's going
mentally.
further down the it's going further down the 5, right? So 104 kind of keeps all of the kind of airport population together. It would kind of go down here. So you would still have number 1 and number 5 in map 103 that would be kind of completely sequestered. Actually, it's 2 and 1 and 5, right? Would be kind of completely sequestered unless you kind of move 1 up along the southeastern border.
I'd have to look
Yeah,
at it.
I can maybe I'll try.
That's what we need is more specific feedback.
Yeah.
What ends up happening is you'll try this, and then that pushes over here, and you got to try that, which is okay. We can deal with that as long as we know the adjustments you want us to make. If you want us to continue with 103 as well with some adjustments, we will come up with something 103B, and we will present that as an option at the community meetings as something that's been presented, et cetera. You also, by the way, there was a map that came in 2 or 3 days ago that didn't come in on time that we're going to include because it didn't come in for this meeting, but it'll be there. So, yeah.
Very little to add other than the bridge districts to me remains probably the single most important thing. If we're talking about creating opportunities for other people to run, and looking at a nice sort of cross-section. To me, of all of them, it makes the most sense. I see what Ms. Ponser-Kamkar is saying about 103, but to me, it doesn't create the same. And we redraw it to create more bridge districts, but then I feel like, well, then why not go with a map that already does that? But I mean...
If I may.
It's up to you.
Dr. I mean, personally, it's 104 so far, but it's also late. I think we're going to have more of this, right?
Well, late or not, this is important.
No, I know it's important, but I believe also we're going to have more meetings. I mean, I've already said.
I'm saying it's not the end of the discussion.
But we need to start narrowing this down.
Well, I mean, so far 3 of us are with 104.
You have one more meeting to do this.
Yeah.
And then the 5th meeting, you make the decision.
Yeah.
So, are you done with your?
Yes.
So I can help.
Yes, sir. Yes.
One, then I think let's hear about the public submission. Obviously, that didn't make it in on time. Definitely want to consider that. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar has elevated map 103. I think we can move that forward as a map for consideration. District 3 and map 103 choices. Again, like what the airport adjacent communities have to do with the communities closest to IKEA, that to me is that's a lot. So I get the good grab for a bridge, but so again, like I like that it kind of attempts to do bridging with one district, but it really actually gives the hillside potentially 3 different votes on all items. So that to me, meh, less so. But understanding, so I would say, potentially the new submissions from folks. So ladies and gentlemen at home, there are still time to submit maps for consideration. But I think 104 seems to be the leading contender at this point, or at least has the most attributes that, demonstrate the values we're looking for in these maps. And 103 was also elevated by one of our members as potentially something to look at. And so that's where I would say, and then all the other feedback related to that we incorporated. So
you're saying 104, revision of 103, and then whatever new stuff we did.
Yeah, so 104 is our ready-made, almost out of the box. 103 is our project. And, and well, all of
kidding. It's 10, 11 at night.
It's been 84 years. And then leaving opportunity, obviously, for additional commentary. To those who submitted maps already, whether it be 101, again, thank you for doing that. But this is just where consensus is at this moment. Any further comments from my colleagues? Do you have sufficient direction?
I do.
Fantastic.
We'll be in touch to get more specific feedback, but we'll come back the next time and bring you more maps.
And the next community hearing is when? 29?
It's in my schedule.
Hold on, I have it.
It's the second slide. It's in a
Less
week.
for me
I
and
want to
more
say in a
for
week, yeah?
March 29th.
Oh, 29th, okay. So
It's virtual community forum.
Yeah, by the way, you've done a really good job of virtual and in person. It's smart. It's hard to do, but the staff has done a good job. It's really good.
And that meeting is
Yep, turn on the mic. Thank you.
That meeting immediately precedes our LCAP meeting, so we encourage the community to participate in both of the meetings that evening.
So you set out your snacks for one meeting, and you have snacks for two meetings.
But
Look
they're
at
virtual.
that. There you go.
Snack leveraging.
Amen. Amen. Yes. Dog walks. Sorry. I walk while listening to meetings at times, so thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
Sounds menacing.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Doing great.
When your demographer walks away from the report and says, good luck. Anyway, okay. With that, we will move to colleagues, we're going to move to item 11B, report on the John Burroughs High School softball team. To remind folks at home, including those softballers, if they are still watching, that we promised that we would have a report back in this meeting on the specifics related to what happens during an emergency, how do we contact students, you name it. Mr. Cantwell is here tonight to answer those immediate, and then we're going to talk long-term about facility needs, et cetera. You may have some information for that tonight, but that's what we promised, and that's what this report is here for.
Yes, President Ferguson, board members, staff, and community. This, again, item is in follow-up to last board meeting and some great dialogue between Coach Nickel, our facility team, and really the sort of thing that we talk about a lot in this meeting of collaboration with the city. So we want to say thank you to Diego and the team over the city, particularly Parks and Rec. In the past 2 weeks, we have gotten storage, a 10-foot storage container onto the site. That happened within 1 week from this meeting last week, and so they're very happy with that. We're working on getting a second storage container for them that may be a few more weeks out, but meeting that need even further. Just today, we had the Joint Use Committee approve the authorization of a $15,000 purchase order to purchase and install the bullpen fencing and bullpen improvements. I believe that's starting in just the next couple weeks. Again, we only have about a month and a half of the season left, but we anticipate being complete before the season's over. So we will have bullpens in place for this season. We also are thankful for the coach for Providence High School who made the offer, and we have accepted to purchase the outfield portable fence. And so our field will now have an outfield fence to make it CIF eligible for playoffs as well. So we are, again, very grateful for that partnership. So some very significant improvements on the facility side. I thank Dennis Maxwell and his team for jumping on it so quickly. And again, we apologize to the team for, I know, what has been a long wait for some of these improvements.
I'm going to start with Ms. Tabbitt and then go to Dr. Weisberg.
Great.
One thing that I brought up to Dr. Paramo, and then I want to make sure that you know, so that at any future joint use meetings, or if you would reach out to Diego, is to be able to offer both high schools a day in the fall and in the spring that they have a use of facilities to run a tournament, because that is a money-making option for them that they don't have currently that the boys do. Right. So I want to make sure that they have that opportunity and work something out with the city in our joint use agreement.
So a designated day for, I'm just clarifying, so that way we can,
yes.
for fundraising, utilizing a diamond, utilizing, right? I'm getting that.
Or a couple of diamonds.
Right.
Or their home, what they deem as their home field.
Got it. Right. Dennis and I met with Coach Nickel and his staff at the field yesterday, and that was one of the topics that they were discussing as well, the reality that they don't have the same fundraising opportunities as other sports, given the lack of a home facility on campus that they
So that request has been made. So I've been in communication with Diego. We've made that request. I'm waiting to hear back.
Okay, great. Dr. Weisberg.
Hello. Has there been conversation with joint use yet about how we can make sure that the teams have secure space to play games and are not booted off for T-ball?
Yes.
I mean, if they've reserved that was something the girls talked about a lot. And maybe it's something that we can also broach with the mayor and the vice mayor, but I feel like if they've reserved space, they should be able to play their games on that space, and there should be no anxiety on their end that they're going to be shooed off the field by whoever.
Right. Yeah, I believe that issue is remedied. We do have a joint use meeting actually in next week or two, and so I'll confirm that, but my understanding is that that is an issue that's already been resolved as well.
Okay, so once you have that meeting, it'd be great to get that confirmed. I know the girls talked about wanting to be able to run a snack bar. I don't know what the possibility is of that. They also talked about, I guess, when they played, that they would actually use the snack bar as a place to change. They weren't doing it in a bathroom. I know. But I think that's the other thing to talk about is, how are we going to solve the problem of them, the safety problem of them walking, and also where are they going to change? Do they still have to do that in the bathroom at school and then walk over? I don't know that there are easy answers to that, but those are still things I'd love. I mean, you've made so much progress in such a small period of time, so thank you so much for that. But those are still things that I think are worth, maybe not for this season, but for next season.
So as far as the communication is concerned, in the recent situation where there was a lockdown at John Burroughs High School, Dr. Chambers was able to use the Remind app to communicate with teachers and staff. He also communicated through Blackboard, which reached our parents and students. However, knowing that the girls were on the way to Isay Park, he called Doug Nichols on the phone to talk to him, to let him know what was going on, so that he was aware and could assist the girls as they were walking down. So when I spoke to Julie, about the same topic, what will we do in a situation like this? She's using the same mechanisms to communicate. So it's Remind app, it's Blackboard, and then it would be a phone call.
I have one other question that might be controversial, which is it within the realm of possibility that our boys and girls alternate, so that one year the girls get the field, and then and then the next year the boys get the field, and everybody has to do their thing for each year? It seems like that would be a really good solution for parity. I know people might not like it, but if we have a limitation of space, which we do, and a limitation of funding, which we do, why not explore that opportunity so that, I know there's gonna be like a bunch of people throwing baseballs at my house, but like, why not give the girls the opportunity to have a year on and year off of just being able to be on their home field?
I can price out the facility cost for making the changes, but it would be significant because there are really substantive changes in the playing surface between the two sports. So, and it's not just the pitching mound that needs to be leveled, but it's also the base distance and things like, and the outfield fencing and things like that.
I know, it's a change.
So we can find out what the pricing would be, but I think that is one of the hurdles, certainly.
If it's cost prohibitive, then obviously we shouldn't even consider it, but it could be worth just finding out. Well, I don't know where, Sorry, that's my last hot take.
So I'm going to hop in. So as previously mentioned, I had the lovely opportunity to sync up with these ladies today and to make the walk from Burroughs to the park, to Isay Park or Olive Park. I was able to connect with them as they were in Mr. Valle's room to pick up their supplies. Then they went to the locker room to change, where I waited out front of the school for them. Then they came out. Some were dressed, some were not dressed. Others were then going to the field and then proceeding to find places to change as well. So this is an issue. Fundamentally, because in the morning, they can't drop their stuff off anywhere that's going to prevent them from having to cart it. By the way, one of the girls was young ladies, was nice enough to give me her pack to carry. And while I am 6'4", I can carry one of these packs. But they had their pack and then a pack up front, which was books, Chromebooks, notebooks. Not okay. They are absolutely injuring themselves by walking with this much weight. Okay. So that was one thing. Second thing is I would like to see the costs of having the boys and the girls alternate, because I have to tell you, it was members of the boys team who were catcalling as I was walking. Okay. And frankly, if that behavior is going to continue and be normalized, maybe they should have to take a walk in somebody else's shoes. So let it be known that I'm happy to price that out if the boys are so secure that they can drive by and do that to these young women. And by the way, they were actually catcalling and making fun of me as I was walking. So when that's happening to me, and in discussions with the young women I was with, they said, it happens all the time, but sometimes it gets really scary. What the French, toast? Like, no, not okay. So this is where, one, I want to thank the quick response because it demonstrates our values as a district. I think all of that was really good. The storage container, those problems are answered, okay? Culturally, between what happened at Burbank High, between what's happening when we're feeling, there is this kind of feeling in town of one way of treating women. Not okay. Making them walk with these packs is in some way creating additional problems for us in this area. So we haven't solved that yet. So this is not to be overly, critical or anything. I'm really thrilled to hear how many of these issues have been remedied. And I want to thank the superintendent and the staff for making this happen. Like, flat out, we gave you a deadline. You guys were like, we're doing it. We're moving it. I appreciate that. But when I'm walking with these young ladies and I'm a 6'4" tall, bald dude carrying a pack and somebody still feels safe enough to catcall, and trust me, I was like, you have no idea who you just did that to. But again, I'm somebody with authority in this town. They don't. So what are we doing to make sure that one, can storage containers be open in the morning for them to drop off their equipment and then potentially walk over, because that actually prevents them from carrying their equipment. And that's the core issue of storage, because I asked them, I said, how many of you need what's in your pack? Need to take it home. They need all of it for the most part. They need all of it. So the only way that it becomes practical and useful is if they can drop their stuff off in the morning and then they're not carting it back and forth. So that's a lot, because we need to have somebody there to open and to lock the container and all that jazz. But that's a problem to think through. And second, in the 20-minute walk that it was, and well, maybe not 20, 15 to 20, somewhere in that range, okay, what we're doing to support those girls along that pathway, I don't necessarily love that the Remind app is the mechanism, because again, that says, okay, they're going to get to Coach Nichols, okay? If there's a situation that occurs between the park and the school, and people are scattering, those kids are not going to make it to Coach Nichols to hear the instructions that have been issued. Or if they're not checking their app, this is where I think we need an objective text message alert to all students at some point, because that I believe that they will check. An app, they won't necessarily check. The other thing is that if you have a prepaid phone with limited data, you're not going to check an app. That may run down or cost your family differently. So this is where I think a push-out text message to kids, I'm really thrilled to hear that they were thinking about these populations, but I think we need a push-out text, because again, these young women, I don't know what they would do. I don't know. So, and again, not for a lack of thinking, but just we're here now, so why don't we have that combo? Dr. Hill.
Just to clarify, the Remind app has notification. It's like a text, so it will pop up on their screen. So that
if they allow for apps to push notifications.
Right. So we're looking at it. There's the data issue with that. We're looking into that, see if there's other options on that.
Well, I'm just saying, a text message, people are turning on their notifications for text messages. With an app, if you choose to restrict messages from popping up, then you're not going to see that from the app in the same way you would a text message. So that's why I'm differentiating a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think about at my daughter's school, the parents get text messages every Tuesday about early pickup, right? So I imagine that you could figure out a way to add student numbers so that they need to opt in, but there might be there's clearly the capability to do a mass text out. But I support that. Yeah.
And then what we're going to do to address the catcalling along Oak.
Well, that falls in line with behavior and sportsmanship amongst all our students from elementary all the way through. It's part of that conversation as well.
Well, and I also want to be clear, these young ladies were not tattling. Having said that, when you see the baseball gear in the back of the truck and where they're going to camp, going to practice, how humiliating is it that they have to walk to find their facility, and yet here's the guys driving by with their stuff in the back truck, catcalling them? No, thank you. So, yeah, that can be addressed a little bit with the team. But again, fundamentally, these are young people catcalling young people. What happens when an adult's doing that? Doesn't make our skin crawl all the same way? So that's what I want to figure out. And again, whether or not these students leaving campus who are required to leave campus to go to another class maybe they have a specific app that's a panic button, okay, that allows us to geographically track their location. Again, we can empower with technology in the same way we can inform, right? So, but they are walking too far not to have resources at their fingertips that is one step away from getting them support and help. So thank you to the young women who, again, allowed me, who were like, hello, weird bald dude. And I was like, do you know what the school board does? They're like, nope. So, explaining all of that. Stay humble, folks. Stay humble. But again, I want these young women to be able to have, or really anybody leaving our campus who's a student, if they have to walk any distance, that they have access to a one-stop panic button that they can pull up and connect. That, to me, I think answers some of that. It doesn't answer the terrible behavior of catcalling, but it answers their personal safety and empowering them to make a decision to get help if they need it. Any other questions on this item?
Thank you.
So if we can get a follow-up report on what happens at the joint facilities meeting, that would be good. Really, I think the next component is the fencing. We've got a temporary solution, correct, on that fence, on the...
No, it's a permanent fence that we're installing for the bullpens.
Okay, great.
The outfield fence has to be temporary. There's not a permanent option there.
Right. Okay.
But no, the $15,000 improvement that we just signed the PO on today and had approval is for a permanent bullpen structure installed.
Perfecto. Okay, great. So if we could get a report back in 60 days or less on the app and the walking, the notifications in case of emergency, and then what we're doing for the walking for that sport or any other. And then additionally, if there's access to the storage sites either in the morning or if we can figure out a flow so that way they are offloading their packs at some point or able to offload their packs at some point. I think that would be great. If they're walking with their backpacks, all kids are walking with their backpacks except for those with cars. So, but that would be a good report back on my end. If that works with my colleagues.
Yep.
Great, and we'll have that back at a meeting. Thank you for hearing these kids. And to Mr. Maxwell as well, thank you. Thank you for taking care of these kiddos. Again, they showed up, they advocated, and now you guys answered. So again, the system does work, as flawed as it is at times. But again, thanks for making the educational experience of young women in this particular case better. Thank you. With that, we will move we are finally at item 13, new or unfinished business at 11:13. Woohoo. Okay, we are going to move to item, colleagues, wake up, we're going to do this. Okay. I am going to ask on this front, for second interim, this is a required report for this meeting. There's no pushing second interim.
Correct. It must be approved. So the report you guys have already received. I've given a presentation to BTA last week, and they received these materials on Wednesday of last week. But we do need approval tonight. This is the final day.
Okay, just looking through our agendas, folks, just because I realize capacity is limited at 11:13. So 11:14, I've been corrected. So one, I will ask as a part of also 13B, because I don't want to get into the more detailed report right now. We have all had this. We've had this since the agenda was posted. So again, if we can get out an email from you and Dr. Hill explaining the top lines around this budget, explaining, for instance, that in the third year we have $30,000 above the 3% reserve required, et cetera. And Diana Bass is in the audience. She smiled at us. Again, we want to make sure, we heard all these passionate teachers tonight. We want to make sure that we are being as transparent as possible. And so when there are assumptions made, things like that, we have an obligation to explain that. So that I'll ask for just a more curtailed report on that front, but otherwise we'll start working through all this. That work for everybody? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just Wiped. Okay, so item 13A, adoption of resolution 21 regarding the release of committed fund balances in governmental funds.
President Ferguson. Oh, were you done? I'm so sorry.
Ms. Tabbitt, yes.
I move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 21 regarding the release of committed fund balances in governmental funds as presented.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Tabbitt, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Item 13A. Any further discussion on this? I'm so used to calling you President Tabbitt, so I just have to correct every time. With that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. On to item 13B, approval of second interim report for the 2022-2023 fiscal year.
Mr. President.
Dr. Agakanian.
I move the Board of Education approves the positive certification of the second interim report for the 2022-23 fiscal year as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt, asking for a friendly amendment that we also direct staff to put out an information email on the second interim to inform our parent population and campus community. Great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you, staff. Item 13C, adoption of Resolution 19 proclaiming April 2023 as Autism Acceptance Month. What I actually want to do is if we can take the ceremonial resolutions and do those at the end. So that way, because we read the resolutions. Except for Ms.
Chandra
Collins
wants
is
to
here.
go
Never mind. Sorry, we're just moving around the agenda to try and get through it as quickly as possible and efficiently. So let's do that one. Item 13C, Dr. Weisberg.
President Ferguson, I move that we approve the adoption of Resolution 19 proclaiming April 2023 as Autism Acceptance Month.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt to adopt Resolution 19. I'll have Dr. Weisberg pull that up and get ready to read. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Dr. Weisberg.
Whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, or autism is a developmental disorder typically diagnosed during the first 3 years of life, often leading to significant communication, social, and behavioral challenges. Whereas in 2021, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention released data on the prevalence of autism in the United States, the Autism and Developmental Disabilities Monitoring Network identified about 1 in every 44 children as autistic. Whereas autism is diagnosed 4 times more often in boys than girls, but can affect anyone regardless of race, ethnicity, or other factors. Whereas early diagnosis, acceptance, and an introduction to autistic culture can lead to an increase in self-acceptance, pride, community, and support. Whereas autistic individuals often benefit from specialized and community support services to ensure their health and safety and to support families' resilience as they manage the potential psychological and financial challenges of autism can present, whereas Burbank Unified School District is dedicated to developing and sustaining programs and resources that support autistic students and their families, whereas Burbank Unified School District employs qualified and caring individuals who strive to support autistic students and their families, whereas April 2023 is designated Autism Acceptance Month to increase public support for acceptance of autistic individuals and their family members, educators, and other professionals who care for them and teach them. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education recognizes Autism Acceptance Month from April 1st to April 30th, 2023.
Thank you. This has been a labor of love for the Collins family for 5 years, so thank you for that. And I would actually ask that at our on the next consent calendar that we list the Collins family for our first board resolution to recognize your efforts to raise awareness and support for this community. So I'll ask that we agendize that board recognition and resolution for your family. You will be the first board resolution for a family in person in our process. So thank you for your advocacy, and to your kiddos who I hope are at home enjoying life or sleeping. One of the two. On to item 13D, adoption of Resolution 20, recognizing March 31st as Cesar Chavez Day.
President Ferguson. Whoa.
Dr. Debbie.
Wow. I move that we adopt Resolution 20, recognizing March 31st, 2023 as Cesar Chavez Day.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian to adopt Resolution 20. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Dr. W.
Whereas California has established an official holiday, Cesar Chavez Day, to honor Latino labor leader Cesar Chavez, and whereas Cesar Chavez Day is intended to promote education, celebration, and service to the communities of California in honor of Chavez's life and work, and whereas Cesar Chavez was a great leader who fought injustice and created a coalition for civil rights, battling racial and economic discrimination against Chicano residents, and whereas Cesar Chavez, adhering to the principles of nonviolence, co-founded the National Farm Workers Association alongside Dolores Huerta, highlighting the important role women have played in every civil rights struggle and labor movement, and whereas Cesar Chavez was instrumental in the development of the 1975 Agricultural Labor Relations Act, which assisted farm workers in receiving higher pay, family health coverage, pension benefits, and other contract protections, and whereas Cesar Chavez in 1994 became the first Mexican-American recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor awarded in the United States of America. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District hereby recognizes Cesar Chavez and the celebration of Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st, 2023.
Thank you. With that, we will move to item 13E, which is the adoption of Resolution 22, which is a resolution in support of the inclusion of Middle Eastern and North African MENA category on the United States Census Questionnaire. There's an amendment on the desk for this one, so I'm going to move forward with the motion because I have the script in front of me that makes it all nice and pretty. I will move the Board of Education adopt Resolution 22 in support of inclusion of the Middle Eastern and North African MENA category and an Armenian subcategory on the United States Census Questionnaire as amended.
Second.
Moved by myself, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt on this resolution. I want to give, Dr. Aghakhanian, would you like to give some background to this? I can also supplement once you're done.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Tabbitt, for the second.
And thank you, Ms. Tabbitt, for the second. I do want to also thank our board president and individuals who've been working on this for a long time to bring this forward. As some of you are aware, at least speaking on my behalf of Armenian, but I am from Middle East. I'm originally from Iran. But unfortunately, because of the genocide, Armenians are everywhere, including neighboring countries like Mexico. We've been living there, actually. One of the biggest population in Mexico City. Actually, the former Consul General of Mexico was Armenian descent. But also it is important, I've talked about this before, the fact that, because right now we're being counted as Caucasian, sometimes a lot of districts like Glendale, even Burbank, we miss out on, all the great work our students are doing. I'm speaking of subcategories, but as well as, individuals from Middle East as well. I think this is going to help us down the road with the subcategories to not only get a better understanding of our communities, but also it will take everyone out of that whole Caucasian category where some districts like ours, we're not being acknowledged with some of our students who happen to be Middle Eastern or subcategories. So it's good for the community. I think it's also good for our districts as well. And I do want to thank my colleagues for supporting this resolution and bringing it forward. Thank you.
Hopping in, and then Ms. Tabbitt, we'll go to you next. One, I want to thank Ms. Suzy Abajian and others who are advocates within the Armenian American community who have taken, frankly, years to educate me on this issue. So every 10 years, we put on a census in this country. It's constitutionally required so that we can allocate congressional seats or representation by states. In the census questionnaire, if you've ever filled it out, there are several sub-questions and several ways that they choose and demographically to identify communities, identify individuals filling out the census. Right now, if you're an Armenian American, you cannot, despite there being more Armenians outside of Armenia than inside Armenia due to the genocide, there is no way to identify yourself as anything but Middle Eastern or Caucasian. This is a challenge for a number of reasons, but one specifically also is that it also means that federal resources are not often produced at the same rate in the language of those communities. So resources that are really intelligently allocated to help meet the needs, curb different deficits that different communities are facing, suddenly don't get to the communities that need them the most because we have things like language barriers, you name it. So what this will allow, there are other subpopulations, including other regional neighbors within the Middle East who have smaller populations within the United States, but still have a separate designation which recognizes them. Syrians, Lebanese, et cetera, all are populations with with less population within the United States, but still have a designated census place. So we are blessed to have such a large Armenian community in Burbank and in the area, and this would make sure that when the federal count comes in 2030, that they are able to self-identify as Armenians. So that's what it's a highly technical thing. Having said that, the census funds creates funding, a number of priorities, and so that's why it's so important, especially for our school district and all that jazz. Ms. Tabbitt, you're good? You're good?
I also want to...
Dr. Debbie. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead and wrap
Thank
up,
you
Doctor.
for explaining that in such an elegant way, but also for me at least, I hope that us moving forward will encourage other districts as well to bring forward similar resolutions, and really celebrate how diverse our community is, but also acknowledge some of these families and students who have accomplished so much, especially and us getting rewarded for having such a great students, because as you said, people don't talk about this. There are federal fundings out there that are specifically designed. Mm-hmm. So thank you for bringing that up. That is also an important part, and I think it will be beneficial to the whole district. So thank you again.
Perhaps President Ferguson, you could bring it up at 5-Star the next meeting we go and share it.
I believe we have one meeting before the deadline. So the reason why we are, and I want to also thank staff who got this on the agenda very quickly with limited notice, and my board colleagues. This didn't go through the traditional agendizing process, but because there was a deadline, I asked, and Dr. Weisberg agreed to help get this on the agenda. Having said that, we have to get comments in, I believe, by April 12th. So there's a very limited time period in which the federal government takes feedback on this. So us acting is really looking out for this population in really important ways. So again, thank you. And yes, Ms. Tabbitt, for sure, if we can get others. Elected officials and individuals can write individual letters as much as, this is powerful because all of us, but if all of us could follow up with a letter, I have templates, I can send that around. I think it would be a great way to represent this community. So with that, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. On to item 13F, approval of board policy AR 5117, interdistrict attendance, which Ms. Cashman always keeps us on the very edge with up-to-date policies. Can I get a motion for this?
Mr. President.
Dr. Agakanian.
I move the Board of Education will facilitate the board's approval of the proposed revision of AR 5117, interdistrict attendance as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Any further discussion on this?
Just wanted to thank Ms. Cashman for responding to my questions and clarifying for me. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. On to item 13G, approval of job description for Director of Secondary Education and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and placement on the salary schedule A of the certificated supervisors and managers salary schedule range A.
Mr. President.
Dr. Agakanian.
Move that the Board of Education approves the job descriptions for Director of Secondary Education and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and placement on the salary schedule A of the certified supervisors and managers salary schedules range A as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded. I know you all want cliffhangers till the end of the night.
What's going to happen?
Bear with me. Okay. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Item 13G. Further discussion on this?
No, just a thank you to Dr. Neiman for making the changes that we talked about last time. It seems much clearer that the focus now is on having experience in implementing DEI. And I also, again, to reiterate, it's not just diversity, equity, inclusion. This person is also really going to be focusing on supporting secondary ed in general, which is something we've heard many people ask us for. So I'm looking forward to seeing the positive impact this position will make.
Additional commentary. You heard my response to public comment. I think that there are well-founded questions about why this gets filled when others are remaining open. So we'll get the report back on that front. Appreciate that. This is using our temporary funding to fund this as well. So I am going to put that flag in place that if these positions remain open, next year we'll have that conversation, frankly. So let's just keep this, let's be able to walk and chew gum here as we try and answer both concerns. Any further questions on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. On to item 13H, 2022-2023, and the 23-24 Transportation Services Plan. Dr. Aghakhanian.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Education approves the Transportation Service Plan effective March 17, 2023 as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Aghakhanian, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt to adopt the Transportation Services Plan. We provide transportation to a very limited population, usually our SPED population. This is a new requirement established by the state. We asked Dr. Hill, what? When we saw this, but again, this is another requirement, also another burden for staff to answer. So hi, members of the state legislature. But again, want to thank staff for getting this done. This really doesn't apply to us in a lot of different ways, but again, it's required by state law. So we're going to move forward unless there are any questions on that front.
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Item 13I, acceptance of gifts. Ms. Tabbitt.
I move that the Board of Education take formal action accepting the following gifts to the district, and that our board president please convey appreciation to the donors, as well as explaining the importance of donating to the district as it helps with our day-to-day operations and how important that is to every student here.
Well said.
I won't repeat the full motion, but for the board president to convey appreciation and to tell you how much it means to us. Moved by Ms. Tabbitt, seconded by Dr. Aghakhanian. All those in favor say, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Members of the public, here are the gifts that have been given to this district. And if you want a reason why to give, if you saw our meeting earlier, you should see how passionate our teachers are, and they need every dollar that we can get to these classrooms, and so do our classified employees, and so do our administrators. So again, thank you to all those who give, no matter how big or how small. We so appreciate you, and thanks for, again, enriching the educational experience of either an adult learner or one of our youngins. Beginning with Emerson Elementary PTA, who has donated $1,996.63 to be used to purchase audio equipment at Emerson Elementary. The Jefferson PTA, who has donated $5,000 to be used for nameplates at Thomas Jefferson Elementary School. The John Burroughs IMA, who has donated $7,000 to be used for JBHS IMA coaches at John Burroughs High School. The Burroughs High School IMA, who's donated $5,000 to be used for IMA coaches as well at Burroughs High School. The IMA, who's donated $700 to be used for bus transportation at Burroughs High School. And the Burroughs High IMA, who has donated $3,700 to be used for the IMA bus transportation at Burroughs. To the Burbank High Softball Boosters, who has donated $1,500 to be used for the Spring 2023 stipend for Coach John Kukoski. Kukoski. There we go. I tried. At Burbank High. John, if you want to reach out and let me know how your name is spelled, that would be great, so I can know for future reports. To the Burbank High ASB, who has donated $1,000 to the district to be used for athletic transportation at Burbank High School. To John Schaefer, who has donated $55 in memory of Gene Schaefer to be used for AP tests for economically challenged students. To item J, which is Elena Hubble, former school board president and school board member, who has donated $55 in memory of Dennis Ryder. To the family of Stevenson's for Stevenson, who wishes to donate $805.15 to be used to pay for Bidding Owl for an auction at R.L. Stevenson Elementary School. Thank you to each of you. In the second, thank you to each of you, no matter how, again, big or small, thank you. In the second interim report, as a part of gifts we were talking about, was sports transportation, that we were going to be moving that separately. So if I can ask for that to circle back as a separate report and how we're looking to augment at the next meeting, so that way we're aware of it. We've got some former employees who are, saying, hey, we need to fund sports at a greater rate. Great. I think we've been trying to pursue that for some time. So we'd like to see, just again, that was an area of interest for the public, and so we should bring that back as a separate item. Further discussion? If not, we'll go to the consent calendar. And can I get a motion for items 14A through 14O?
President Ferguson.
Vice President Weisberg.
I move that we approve items 14A through 15C as presented.
Second.
If I could ask you to 14O, 15C is a request to address the board.
Yeah, you know.
Yep. Okay.
Do you want me to say it again?
14A to O.
14A to 14O as presented.
Thank you. Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian to move a large consent calendar. Any discussion or items which board members wish to pull? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. With that, we will head to our final period of public comment. Anybody wish to address the board? Hello, Ms. Abasta, come on down. The price is right. She's not betting $1. She's betting $900,000 ongoing.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to reiterate some of the things that came up regarding the budget. Mr. Cantwell did present this to negotiations, and so in my comments, I made no reference to special reserves or that money was being hidden. It's just sometimes I think people are not aware, and those are kind of like where you think it would be. So I just wanted to clarify that. But I do have two questions that I will leave you with, and perhaps we can report back out. I wanted to find out how the hiring event went at adult school.
Yeah.
I'm very curious about that. We're always available to help with that. And then the job classification study that has been pulled by the agenda. And I think this is where, when it's talking about jobs that are being brought up, I'd like to know how much that's going to cost. And I think it's important that you understand not everybody's going to start at level 1, unlike teachers where they are going to start there. I wanted to let you know that we have an awardee from an award being given by the ANCA Western Region Educational Committee. So we have Anita Kazarian, who's a math teacher at Burbank High School.
Yeah.
Who she was just new starting off when I really saw her she was involved and brought a lot of culture regarding the Armenian culture to Burbank High. This is like 18 years ago. So she's going to get an award this Saturday. I also wanted to thank Ms. Ponzer-Kampkar for coming with me and Tracy to McKinley. So in particular, we've been focusing on kindergarten. I think you heard some of the conversation regarding kindergarten, and I'm aware that there's going to be a year of study and for that transition. But I think you did see the kindergarten class that had the openings where I think she only had a certain amount of students in there, and then she had another group coming, and then finally all students were together. She also observed a first grade class, and I think it is important not to just come by and just do this. People really want you to understand, and I certainly Dr. Weisberg can tell you, I'm pointing things out, are you aware of that transition? Do you know how long, and I know you know, it takes to prepare for that one lesson? Did you notice the children are being directed here? So I appreciated that. Dr. Weisberg was with us at Jefferson. She actually sat down and spoke to kindergarten teachers. And she took notes about all of the concerns, that they had. This is a very established group of kindergarten teachers at Jefferson. And then she observed a K class, and of course, Mr. Doyle's class. I thought it was very lovely. He plays his guitar, and it was very, very, it was just really a good feeling to be in his class. And then we took we saw our ATB teachers, recognized them, talked about a gate that's locked on Karen that I'm sure she'll give you more information about, because we do have to look at egress, and you're talking about 125 more people, and it's scary. Like, I go to school 1 hour early to avoid being hit. So we do need to take that into consideration. And then finally, I wanted to thank Mrs. Cuseo. She actually came to open house in my class and sat and observed. And to me, that's really what it's about. I mean, I'm glad that we're doing fundraising and we have all the performance going on. But at the end of the day, it's like, what's happening in the class? And I wanted people to observe the levels. This is an honors class, but you see the level. And anybody who is in education could see that, and that's what I wanted people to see. So I know sometimes it's a matter of running around, but I almost think, like, if you had said, you know what, sorry I didn't make it, but I spent 20 minutes in somebody else's class, I think that's a lot better than just trying to run around and make all of the places. So, you know, keep that in mind when you go to visit. And, you know, I think teachers are really hungry for you to see all that they do. So I don't think you would be bothering or, you know, if you stepped in, you might make maybe admin a little bit. But, you know, the truth of the matter is you have to, that's what you're elected, part of it. And I know that, you know, and then Dr. Weisberg and I had this conversation, I know that you all work, but why would I run for school board if I wasn't really willing to take the time to really understand the full program, whether it's facilities or instruction or extracurricular. So as you're doing all your redistricting and all of that, you know, just keep in mind that it has to also be the focus of where are you putting in your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Staff responses.
We're going to have a detailed report at the April 20th meeting about the hiring, but just the hiring fair went very well. I want to thank the facilities teams, child services, HR, and food service as well. We had over 45 individuals submit applications on the spot. Now we're going through a screening process and interview process, so really good turnout at that event. We're looking to do more of those. I'll follow up with you offline. I didn't understand the question around job class study. CSEA was approved. BASA, we're in the process of doing that. But those are the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Responses from board members.
Just that I'm going to send all the notes that I took on my visits on Monday to everybody. It was kind of a crazy week. Wasn't able to get it there, but I got copious notes that I will share with one and all.
Excellent. I do want to thank Superintendent Hill for getting the update on hiring to us. So I've mentioned it to him. He's like, I'm on it. So I want to thank him for that. And thank you, Ms. Abasta, as well. One of the things we are trying to do with agendas now is to have presentations, one from facilities, fiscal, the other on academics. Again, trying to elevate how much focus we're bringing to academics. Dr. Weisberg and I, everybody actually visited the class at Burroughs, but as we were going into classes, you know, we were actually talking to the teachers to ask them to come forward and present at board meetings. So there's one art teacher who's incorporating kind of entrepreneurial components to what she's doing. And again, students aren't necessarily finding connection necessarily just to the arts, but they're going, well, wow, I really want to go into business now. That's a kind of multidisciplinary kind of teaching that kind of get students at a, so I really want to elevate those. And so a lot of those stories have come from classroom visits. So absolutely couldn't agree with you more. And we did stop by a few classes at Burbank High as well. So sorry we didn't get to yours, but we were like, okay, great. And let me just tell you, I agree that teachers are hungry to engage with us because when we started, they did not stop. Not because, and I love them for it, but they had us and they're like, oh, I'm going to tell you. And they did. So,
either one.
Ms. Tabbitt, we'll go to Ms. Tabbitt and then Dr. Aghakhanian.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Abasta, for coming down or staying. You've already been here with all of us and sharing your thoughts again. Along the lines of what you just talked about, I sort of forgot about this, but thank you, Mr. Cantwell. You finished a project that was started before you came, but Andrea in the print shop has some new equipment that does new things, and she is so excited about it. So thank you about that, for that. And hopefully we could have her come and present options that teachers now have, or whomever, for some of the new equipment, as well as the public, because she has public prices as well, which generates some tiny bit of, something. And actually they're great prices for the public, but she does can do some really awesome stuff. So if we could, at some point, when she's ready,
got it.
That would be great. So thank you.
Dr. Agakanian. He passes. With that, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. We are adjourned in memory of Mr. Gudson. Thank you.